Going on, everybody? Sorry it took forever. I had to get situated and get set up here. It takes a bit sometimes. So if I could talk, it does this to me every time I stream for some reason. If all goes well and all goes to plan, all the stuff, yeah. So if everything works out, you will watch me finish and master the next Memer's Well video, music track thing. Um, and hopefully you all will like it. I want to give a special shout out also. I don't know if y'all see this, but to my new moderator, the Angelic Mystic. If you have not checked out their YouTube channel, please do. It's probably the most accurate tarot readings I think I've ever had. And they do like daily pick a card stuff or pick a card videos, and they're just creepily accurate. So I would totally recommend checking out their YouTube channel and giving them a subscribe. And make sure you pay attention to the messages that are in those videos because they're pretty life altering. But I am grateful for you that you're here. And let's see. So this video, ironically, was heavily inspired by me playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Now, I just recently started playing it. It's been out for however long, like what, 3 years, maybe longer. And I'm kind of iffy about it. I mean, from a Norse pagan perspective, there is a lot of accuracies that are in it, yes, but at the same time, there's a lot of inaccuracies. And I know that they do that for like engaging gameplay or whatever, but I don't know. I'm kind of iffy about it. So, one of the concepts that I had was if I'm stepping in to a long house, right? What do I expect the ambience to be? Now, I can't find sounds of horns clacking against each other and, people talking. I mean, I could find that, but to me, I feel like it would be more distracting. So, what I'm trying to do in this track right here is I want to capture the ambience, but make it into where it's like excuse me, I had to clear my throat. Make it into like more of a meditative, reality shifting kind of ambient thing, I guess. So we have so many different textures, and I'm not even sure if I'm even done with this. I had a friend of mine send me a live recording of their campfire that they had on the 19th. So yeah, we have this little crackly crackles all through here. Because to me, if I'm sitting in a Jarl's longhouse, right, we're gonna have tons of ambient fires because of, that's what they did, right? Their fire was burning constantly. It was their heater. That's how they stayed warm in cold times. And then we have a few other things like ravens were very predominant and everywhere, and it's also one of the cool symbolic things of Odin. And we have a bull roar, which is found in 90% of your modern day Norse music. So um, I mesh so many different things. I have a taggle harpa here, um, which I'm still trying to figure out some of the best ways of messing with this, especially with that. Anyway, because basically a taggle harpa is, if I remember correctly from my studies of it, I may be wrong. This is like, I think it's made out of like horse hair or something like that, and it has such a haunting, eerie sound. Actually, you know what? I'll find one. I'll play it for you. So we have the Asgard VST from Danheim himself, the wonderful Norse musician. Does a lot of amazing music, and I bought this from him. And all these sounds and stuff are stuff that he's created, sample sounds, and basically, yeah, the instrument itself, right? So, so the tackle harp is a very eerie, uh, depressed. It's not depressing. I don't know how you would describe it. It's like, the violin speaks to the soul, speaks to the spirit. It's uplifting, right? So the tackle harper to me hits your soul on like a very different level. It like puts you almost in like a trance kind of thing. For me, anyway. I don't know about everybody else, but for me, that's the way it works. Yeah, exactly, Jenna. Yeah, that's the idea I feel, right? So when I'm in there, I just imagine the crackling fire, just the feeling of warmth and some ambient sounds. So this is I do a lot of the shamanic stuff, right? So this will for sure have drumming. This for sure will have different things, because it's just what I do, right? I love my drums, and I'm guilty of that, right? So I love, you know, putting ambient drums and everything, because to me, I feel like it's just like a heartbeat for the track itself. And I mean, I have made stuff without drumming, I will admit, but to me, uh, the drum just calls to me all the time. Somebody actually in comments earlier, uh, I wish I could remember who it was, said that basically the work that I did was a form of shamanism, because I use music and drum patterns and different things to put people in an intense trance or a state of meditation that allows them to communicate to the gods. And to me, I was like, that's honor. I feel honored, but I don't feel like a shaman in any form. But perhaps I do. I am sorry. So let's see. So I'm gonna give you guys a preview. Well, guys and gals, anyway. I'm gonna give you a preview of what this sounds like. Now, my critical ear, I'm always gonna try to say, well, maybe it needs something, or maybe I could get rid of something and try to swap it out with something else. So, in the next minute, I'm gonna let you preview this track, and then I'll edit it and everything, and just hang out with all of you while I'm here. Because I get a lot of people who want to say, "Oh, well, I want to see what it looks like behind the scenes." It's very crazily hectic behind the scenes. Like it's just I trash more music than I feel like I actually write. If that makes any sense. Like um, it takes me 4 hours roughly of writing different stuff to finally come up with something that I feel okay with. Yeah, because I know that on the channel I had tracks like Thoth and Nocturna, which was also Into the Night. I called it Into the Night Nocturna, and I did it like an orchestral aspect of it. There will be more orchestral stuff coming, but there's such a high demand and a massive list of gods and goddesses and different types of cultural aspects that everybody wants me to dive into. So which is what I'm trying to do now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this track a little bit, uh, see what y'all think, and see what I think, because I started working on this actually prior to the stream, other than getting this fire sample. I've had it for a little bit, um, so I'm gonna mute myself and see what y'all think. That's what I have so far. Granted, it's 16 minutes worth of, or well, in this case, it's 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, 17, 20 of like pure ambience. Uh, Thank you, Paulina. Thank you. Um, I'm still trying to figure out what all stuff I want to put in it because I feel like it could always need something else, um, or something more. Anyway, in this case, I thought about like messing around with horns. I also have so many different ambient texture sounds like I can add, but to me, it's very full. And the way I view this is like most of the long houses, back in the old days, like they had a fire going. It was always cold outside, but you could always hear the sounds of the ravens like in the distance or like right outside. And ironically, thanks to Dan Heim and his wonderful magic, um, you get the sounds of like ravens and you can hear them flying through the air and like their wings flapping. And to me, I was just like, oh, that's freaking awesome because if I close my eyes and I look at a picture of a longhouse on the inside, that's kind of what I feel. It's just that. Exactly, Jenna. Yeah, that's what I was going for. Was trying to, you just got back from like a long if I can talk, travel or like this massive trip. You just get to this one area and all you want to do is just relax and just recuperate. Or in some people's mindset, they just got out of a battle. They're sitting there trying to heal, trying to get their brain and their mindset back the right way, and they just need a minute. And so that's kind of the thing I was kind of going for this, because the video itself, excuse me, my allergies are acting up really bad today. Um, yeah, the whole thing I was trying to go for was it's really funny because it all happened as I was playing the video game Valhalla. I was in there, I was in the longhouse and I was like looking around, there's a fire spit going, there's something cooking, there's people walking around playing tagal harpas, and there's just this big ambience, but it's like relaxing and almost meditative in a way because nobody's really making too much noise. It's almost like everybody's like, we're tired of the noise, just shut down. Everybody just kind of relax. And so what I was trying to do with this is take us from modern time and throw us into this ancient ambient setting within our minds. So if you close your eyes, I want you to be able to feel like you're actually there. Um, and I found sounds and different things of people talking, like, but to me, I'm like talking will snatch somebody out of a meditation, and I don't want to do that. And it'll cause them to not be able to connect as hard. Um, there's so much spiritual symbology in it. Like you have the ravens, which everybody can connect to Odin. Everybody knows that Odin is associated with ravens, with Hugin and Munin. And then you have the fire, which is a very primordial aspect, and it just brings you in and just holds you. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish with this. Now to try to get the mastering right, that's the tricky part because and when you start mastering a song, you can either compress it too much, which will cut out the quality of some of the song, or you can widen it, but some people like to play it over their phones, which everybody's phone plays audio in mono, not stereo. Yeah, you gotta love living in the South and the temperature doesn't know what's going on. Then your allergies are just like all over the place. So yeah, so and that's the thing with that I gotta try to think of with like 90% of my music that's really difficult to do is mastering it in such a way where it works on either stereo or mono. But if you listen to it like no headphones, you don't capture the whole ambience. But if you listen to it with headphones, you get the full 3D panoramic scope. I am in the process of getting some software that is called it's like Dolby Atmosphere, where it mixes all my music in 5.1, which is cinematic settings. So basically, when you listen to it, it'll sound like it's in a cinema. So that's what I'm working on. Druid 896. What's going on? Yeah, I'm doing well. Struggling with some allergies for the most part of the stream, but I'm doing well. How are you? You doing good? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, there's just so much that goes into music that is crazy, especially when it comes to editing. Um, and then a lot of people don't know this, but timing is everything because this I intended to be this way, but most of the time I try to time my music based on every bar and try to get it just right. And a lot of times it's a nightmare because you can easily mistime something. I've done it, and then you don't catch it until the product is finished, and then you plug it in, and you're like, oh, like why is the drums off? It should be here. But then again, that's me. Some people may not catch it, but I catch it all the time. Thank you, Druid. Yeah, this channel grew up so quick. The first meditation music, the song I made was for Thor, ironically, and then Odin was right after. And my Freya video has over a million views already, and it's just crazy because started this. I want to say it's like December 2020, or was it 21? I've been doing it for not that long, but I'm almost to 30,000 subscribers, which I'm every day it blows my mind. I'm completely humbled by that. You know, I did this ironically because I felt called to do it with Thor because I so I'll tell you what I did. So I tried to find a Thor meditation for the longest time on YouTube. I found one that I could tolerate, and it was like a thunderstorm, and it was like chimes or not chimes, but like cymbals kind of going off. I really wish I could remember the woman's name that did it. Anyway, she was amazing. Like I told her, I was like, "Hey, look, I love what you're doing. You know, totally look forward to whatever." But when time went on and went on, eventually it was like, okay, well, maybe I want to make something just for myself originally. So I put it together and I was like, okay, I'll just throw it up on YouTube. And I left it as private for a good bit. And then one day I just kicked it to public and did the same thing with Odin, put it up there, kept it private, kicked it to public. And then Freya, I think, was the same way. And, you know, one day, just out of curiosity, I checked those videos and it was like 40, 50,000 views. And I was like, holy shit, like, excuse my language. Sorry, YouTube. Um, but I was like, I didn't expect it to be that way. Like, it was like that over a span of a month. It was like, and because I'm still doing the podcast side of Memer as well at the time, which was also kind of blowing up a little bit. And I tried to do both at the same time, and I found out that I was spending more time in the music aspect writing for Mimir as well than I did in the podcast side. And so I felt that I did more work for the gods through music than I did through talking about the same thing that everybody hears constantly, right? Uh, there's so many heathen podcasts out there. There's so many heathen channels out there where everybody has their own point of view of the gods and everything. And I'm not trying to stay in that lane now. Now I'm taking my music as I feel that could potentially be channeled maybe from them. Write it based on the energy I feel with them and putting it out there for people to connect with and let the gods teach that person what they should know. And that's just kind of how this is all started. I hope to get to 50,000 subs, not for my own intentions, But I enjoy the fact that the channel has taken off as much as it has. And yeah, so how did I come to believe in Norse? So the Norse connection to me runs rather deep. Uh, so when I was younger, obviously everybody grows up from a Christian family, right? We all do. It's kind of shoved in your face as soon as you're born, especially in the United States. Um, and where I live in Alabama. So even though I may not sound completely country and southern, I'm I'm from here, uh, unfortunately. So down here is this very strong Southern Bible Baptist, like if you if you question God, you go to hell kind of thing. So I always knew, like within my core of myself, that I hated that. I didn't agree with it. I always felt like there was more to the afterlife and more to God or more to anything than anyone cared to know or cares to talk about. So at a young age, very young age, I questioned everything to do with Christianity. Um, and it was really weird because I remember, so my dad was always heavily into the History Channel, ancient religions, mostly ancient Sumerian. Like I was always hearing about the Anunnaki growing up, and anytime that was on, he was always like, "Hey, let's watch this." Ancient aliens kind of thing. That was his thing. So we'd sit down, we'd watch it, and I'd hear all these stories about ancient gods, and he always was into it, like Troy and Greece and Egypt and the Vikings and the Norse gods and everything. Um, and I started studying it. Like in school, I would get kids were reading Harry Potter. I was studying about Norse gods and Greek gods and all these other gods. And over time, I realized that I think I was about 16. I left. Like it was like, look, I know God. What Christians paint as God doesn't exist, so I don't want anything to do with it at that point. So when I left it, started studying paganism, and then my uncle, who used to do the podcast with me, Brandon, was also pagan. I didn't know it because, unfortunately, in my life, I never met Brandon until I was like 17. Um, and me and him were both pagan. We didn't know it, but me and him instantly clicked as soon as I met him. And ironically, he's only like 5 years older than me. So we started talking about it, and he's like, "Yeah, it's cool that somebody else in here feels the same way." And I started picking his brain about what he knew about the Norse gods, and I started feeling like that connection to thunderstorms and that connection to nature, and I just found myself happier, unplugged from society and into nature. Um, and that's just what kind of nurtured it for me, really. Uh, a lot of what I learned came from what me and him would talk about and from books I studied for years. And then I became a practitioner of it locally and found some people that were also into it locally. Um, and just one thing kind of led to the other. It's crazy how it all works out. You know, there's always that feeling. I don't know how many people feel it. A majority of people I spoke to about this field has felt this before, where it's an internal calling that shakes you. You know, it this internal calling, if you don't answer it, will get stronger and get stronger and get stronger to the point where you can't ignore it anymore. But there's so much more I feel, obviously, to Norse paganism than we know of, because unfortunately, And I kind of feel like this is no fault of Snorri, of Snorri himself, as it is the Catholic Church. Sorry. Um, a lot of the stuff that he translated in the Eddas and everything was heavily manipulated. I'm always open to hearing experiences. So yeah, if you want to, feel free to share it. I have my fair share of experiences, especially with Thor and with Ear. Thor was a really interesting one. Um, I mean, especially now it's interesting, but yeah, back then it was mind blowing to everybody who witnessed it. It would sound better if I go clear and wide versus warm and wide. Enhance it, maybe. Let's try this. The crow thing is a very common thing. Granted, Odin is mostly associated with ravens, but I think there was a deity that is connected to crows. I want to say it's an Irish deity. Uh, no, is it the Mor? Is it the Morgan? I want to say it's the Morgan. Maybe. I mean, did you physically see that, or did you see it like within your mind? Because I've heard a lot of stories where Odin will show up to people in a way, they're very similar ways, but usually it's through like a mental image. Huh, that's interesting. Almost kind of like a ghost, right? He's there and then he's gone the next minute. I mean, Odin is notorious for walking between dimensions, so there's that's a really cool experience that you had. Yeah, that's really cool though. It's like yeah, it's a ghost. No, it's Odin. It's pretty fun. My connection with Thor, I've always been connected to the wind and thunderstorms. God, since I was a kid. The day I was born, I was born on a Thursday, which ironically is Thor's Day, and it was storming like hell outside, according to my mom. May she rest in peace. But I've always been connected to it. And when I started practicing um, invocations, I guess, so I found a guy who was. It's hard to explain what he was. He was pagan, but he was a little different, like one of those eccentric pagans. So it was him and a few other people, and we all decided to go out into the middle of this field out in the country. There was nothing around, like it was just a field out in the middle of nowhere. Like it was crazy. So we put out offerings, we did different rituals, basically, and the time came to me where to invoke the god of my choice. So it was a clear night. There was no uh, chance of thunderstorms at all. And my time came, so I invoked Thor, right? And there was like 7 or 8 witnesses that witnessed this, and we all still. I just saw Logan not too long ago, actually. And we all still remembered this. Like we invoked Thor. Well, I invoked Thor, and soon after a storm rolled in, and you could hear goats, which is everybody knows Thor's chariot is pulled by supposedly 2 goats, and there was no farm animals out there. And it started storming like crazy, but it wasn't raining. It was just lightning and a ton of thunder. And I remember the look on their faces because it happened like instantly. Like that 1 minute it's perfectly normal, moon's out, beautiful. Next minute it looks like all hell's about to break loose. And after that, I wasn't allowed to do rituals with them anymore. But we still talk about it, even though till this day. I mean, it's shit. I was 17, and I saw Logan about a year, 2 years ago, and me and him talked about it, and he still remembers it. It's pretty funny. So there's a funny thing about Thor, is in my book actually here, Artroth, that talks about if you need like a fatherly figure, right, in your life, Thor is the number one god to go to. So he will be there faster for you than Odin will be. He'll be there faster for you than anybody else. So Thor is the common man's god, where Odin is more tricky to deal with. I noticed that when I worked a lot with Odin, I became more darker mentally. Like Odin brought out a lot of suicidal thoughts and depression in me, which was crazy. Um, and self harm feelings. So I noticed that once I distanced myself from him, even though he calls still to this day, that there's an energy that I know that he's always there, like trying to snatch me back. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's a lovingly toxic relationship. I guess you could call it that. But yeah, the most intense experience that I have ever had was with the Norse goddess Air. Um, without going into too much details about circumstances as to leading up as to what happened. Um, I hurt my leg really bad. Like it was pretty bad, and it should have been a lot worse than what it was. Well, I was confident it was a lot worse than what it should have been. But as soon as it happened, my brain instantly switched and called out to Air, which Air, if none of you know, is a handmaiden to Freya, right? Or Frigga, which one of the two. Which Frigga and Freya are the same individual. A lot of people don't know that either. But so she's a healing goddess, and as soon as I called out to her, the pain in my leg was gone, like instantly. And I shouldn't have been able to walk around on it. I shouldn't have been able to do nothing I did. But like the intense pain was just it went in an instant. Uh, and I should have went to the hospital that day. With me being stubborn, I didn't do it. And then eventually, I ended up going, and my leg was pretty bad off. Uh, it was really interesting how it happened so instant. Um, I've seen her in dreams several times. You know, dark red hair. She's always wearing green in my dreams. I'm not sure what my weird connection with air is because when my grandmother passed away of brain cancer a few years ago, I made a bind rune that was dedicated to her, to air, and put it on my grandmother's grave. And now, my mom is put next to her. So I need to do something similar, I guess, for my mom too. I just haven't done it yet. Air was there when I needed her the most. I think Thor was always there when I needed to deal with issues. Well, Thor, I guess, teaches me how to draw power from myself. I guess that makes sense. Or take that how you will. Odin is more of a let me push you to your limit so you have a mental breakdown. Yeah, I mean it's possible. My connection with air actually, because I think the one after Freya was one for air. No, you're good in chat right now. I mean, I don't foresee there being an issue. I like reading everybody's talks. This is just me hanging out and talking to everybody because I usually try to respond to everyone's comments or and everything, but you would be you'd be surprised at the amount of comments I get every day. It's crazy. Era is amazing. But she's not a well-known goddess either. Not a lot of people know about her, and there's so very, very, very little about her out there. Because there's another one too called Mang Mangaloth. She's like the chieftain healing goddess. But there's a story where they all live on a hill, like this magical hill, and there's references of having to climb that hill, and with every level that you climb that hill, there's a different healing goddess or something along that that's there to heal you. But it's pretty interesting. Odin will definitely do that. Yeah, I mean, he is loving in his own weird way. Um, from my studies of Odin, he's selfish, and I mean rightfully so, I guess. But we're all selfish to some extent. He's selfless and selfish, all in the same token. So he's that person where you don't know how to take him, or how to deal with him right away. It takes some time to try to figure out how to work with him. But he's pretty good to deal with. Yeah, like I said, yeah, Jenna, like not a lot of people have heard about who Ear is. In my video for her, I put in a ton of info about her in the description. I try to put info or links to something in the description in the videos to try to explain who these people are, or these gods and goddesses are. Odin is a very, very mysterious person. He's very good, and his energy is super intense, like crazy intense. Dimitri, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. How are you doing? Yeah, working with Odin, it's bittersweet. It really is. I caution people a lot. I'm like, working with him's wonderful, great, but make sure you set some energetic boundaries when you do, because it can take you down dark roads if you're not careful. Trying to find. This needs something. It really does. Mm. Let's do. Yeah, yeah, that's how he works. Like you're like, oh, I'm just gonna rest. Nope, no. Study the runes. Don't go to sleep. I studied the damn runes for shoot. I've studied ancient religion for over 16 years now, and I've studied runes and rune reading for I was 17. I'm 31, fixing to be 32 now. So I've been studying them a while. I just there was at one point where I was like, yeah, 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 I'm gonna do rune readings and put them on YouTube and as like a secondary part to what I do here. And then I'm like, I don't know, I don't know if I should do that. Boo, here's some knowledge. That's how he is, yeah. He's like, hey, by the way, here's some knowledge at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna bail out now. Now that I've just scared you to death, yeah. Here you go. It's pretty funny. Or he just like shows up, throws a book at you and runs. Let's take this and tune this down. What the hell? All right. Okay. We just got all weird here for a minute. All right. Wait a minute. That's on six. What the hell? What's on 60? Let's go. What was that? Sorted. Okay. There it is. So go audio here just a bit so it's not deafening. Proper thing to do is always add reverb. Yeah, Thor's energy is amazing, especially if you're doing a lot of gym work. He gets you pumped up. His sons are also really good to work with. I know my uncle. He's a huge. Uh, well, he's greatly connected to Magni and Modi. So Thor's two sons. So they're amazing to work with also. Yeah, thank you, Druid. Yeah, they're on Spotify. It's just Memersville podcast. So they're out there. I just haven't I was going to start doing them again and actually I think it was like yeah, I was going to start doing them again then my mom passed and I just haven't had the desire so far to do it yet. So Thor is very reliable. He's always there when you need him. You know, best father figure that you can ask for. He's always there when I need him. You know, he's the strength within. If you call it. The destroyer of enemies, the ultimate protector. So Freya is a fun energy to work with too. Just be careful with her. Yeah, she's a really interesting character. But I love Freya. Yeah, Thor promotes positive masculinity for sure. I know a lot of the stories try to make it seem like he doesn't, that he's more of like this toxic masculine individual, but I feel that there's a lot of reasons why that is. So, but Thor's arguments with Odin, you know, are one of my favorite stories where Odin disguises himself as was it like a ferryman or something like that, and starts making fun of Thor, like why he's across the river. So what I was going to do here is to see if I could add like something else to this. So let's see. No. I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to add that or not. Who the hell wants a tuba in this? I already have the ambient sound there, so I mean, I feel like it would clash a bit too much. So, but what we will do is we'll do this. Go back, copy this pattern. When in doubt, and you're looking to make an ambient sound, try to always make it match the bass. Let's see this one. Yeah, see. Oop, yeah, no sounds. No. Made my eye twitch. All right. That could work to some extent, but let's try altering the sound a bit. So. So we'll give it some of this. Let's just see. We're just going to test it. It's not going to be permanent, right? So we're just going to look at it. That story when he has to go out with tears is probably one of my favorites too. It's when he first tries to fight with the Jormungandr. Could you make another Frigg soundtrack at some point? I'd like to connect with her more. Yeah, I'll make a Frigg one. Cause I have one already. I'll try to make another one at some point. So let's see how this sounds together. I don't feel like I can hear it that well. Let's try boosting it up a bit. Let's try this again. Alright, so what do y'all think? Do you think that adds like a little bit of a texture change? Because see, we have this texture here. try. Come on. Can't rush the process there. I almost feel like the sound doesn't really change at all, like with it here. I mean, it's a totally different instrument. Like, why is it buried so much? Well, too short. Let's try. Aha. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take you guys. I'm gonna drag you. Alright, so let's try this now. But I feel like this may blend in too much with the bassiness, but we will see. We'll see. Because if it does, then I can always transpose it back up an octave or two. Maybe we're gonna take some of that filter off. Starflower Starseed, how are you? Um, that's interesting because for a long time, if I am being completely rough and honest with myself, is I was kind of against people who found Norse paganism through different shows, right? But later on, I took out my ignorance and was like, people get called in whatever way they feel, right? So, I mean, a person could have a crow sit down and cuss them out, and then all of a sudden they want to be pulled to Odin, and that's their sign, that's their call, uh, it's their moment, right? So, people have such a big thing with telling others, like, oh, well, you know, because you found it from a show or because you found it from a book doesn't mean that you should be worshiping these gods. And to me, I feel like that's ignorant. So I had to change my way of thinking. 4 years, I've changed so much about myself, uh, the way I view things to like such a tremendous amount that and by the way, happy belated birthday too. Sorry for the silence. I'm reading. It's really cool though that your soulmate has a Mjolnir. I have one. Uh, well, everything's so dark, you probably can't see it. I'll blind myself just to show you. It's blind. I don't know if you can see it really well. But like, you may see something shiny like right here. I have a hand forged, made out of iron. Mjolnir. It's around my neck too. That light is really bright, so I might leave it on. It'll be fine. Watching, I mean, Vikings is good. It is. Um, I haven't watched anything past season two. After Ragnar was gone, and you know, I don't want to watch Floki die, right? So Floki was probably my favorite person in the show because he's probably the most like me, very insane and you know, spastic. And a lot of people don't know this. I make stuff out of wood too. Like 90% of my statues of the gods and everything I hand carved myself. So there's something about this right here that I caught on to, and it's like little subtle things for me in the music I make that draw me in. So there's like this almost like a pause. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's like a subtle, see this gap right here? It's like a subtle pause. And then it gives you like a moment to like breathe, I guess. And then you get hit with the ambient drums and stuff again. Like, let's see if you catch it. Let's see if maybe everybody else can pick up what I'm talking about. Hold on. Maybe that was too fast. Here, let's try this again. It has been a long time. Yeah, I haven't streamed in a while. How have you been? Welcome. I'm glad it's therapeutic for you guys. Being on my side of the camera, it's a little bit nerve wracking sometimes. It's just like, oh, can I remember to talk? Can I remember words today? Because I always seem to butcher my way of speech every time I talk, especially in a live stream. In person, I'm usually pretty quiet in person, so I'm more talkative on stream than I am actually in person in real life. So yes, detaching from the ego. You're a musician though, yeah. I don't know why. I want to feel like I feel like I knew about that. I don't know if you've mentioned that before or not. Unless this is the first time you have mentioned it. It's really weird that I felt like I knew that. Um, yeah, I mean, I try to make music that detaches people from their ego. No, you're good, Druid. Yeah. If you're in and out texting your friend, that's totally cool. I'm just, thanks for hanging out with us. Happy Samhain to you. I have a lot of stuff for that I have to do. My goal is to go and spend some time with my deceased relatives. Um, Maybe do some scrying mirror work. I haven't done that in a while. So ego is so tricky. So the death of my ego, uh, truthfully, and the thing is that I thought that it wasn't so bad, right? When my mom passed, um, I'll share this moment because I mean, to me, it was a life changer for me, in a lot of different ways. So when my mom passed, uh, I had a pretty rough upbringing most of my life, off and on, and I always kind of held her to that, right? And kind of always just like demonized her, maybe, in some forms. But when she passed, and in that moment, like right before she took her last breath and passed away, I let it go. And then I realized later on that it was my ego. You know, my ego was telling me how she should have been raising me, how my life should have been, and everything, instead of understanding that she did the best that she could within her capabilities, and that truthfully, um, she didn't owe me anything, right? Our parents don't owe us anything, um, if you really want to get down to it. And when you realize that, and you realize that you judge people from a point of view of your own ego, because your ego is wounded, um, it really makes you view everything differently. So when you learn this and you detach that and you cut that off, you see things so much differently. And not only that, but it's like a huge weight lifted off of your shoulders in that moment, because you kind of wish that it didn't take something as significant as losing a loved one to make you realize this. Um, but yeah, cry. Yeah, I can. My mom is a sensitive subject for me still. Um, I hold it in for the most part, but it's pretty much a daily thing where, yeah, because what it is it's like you don't realize how much your parents are a big part of who you are until you lose one of them. And now that I've lost her, and according to my dad, he's about to potentially uh, be right behind her. So it's a different feeling. But I draw strength from her all the time. Like I hear my mom constantly in my head. Um, she's always there. You know, anytime I think about doing something that I know that she wouldn't agree with, I can hear her be like, "Seriously, son." I'm like, "Oh, sorry." you know. But it's very different having your parent uh not physically here, but it's more comforting to know that they're in your head. But the thing that hurts, like the thing that concerns me the most, is I'm always afraid that one day I won't hear her anymore, and it's a different thing to deal with. So, but it definitely keeps my ego in check, right? Because I had to remember and have to teach myself all the time that I can't avoid relationships with people, and I can't um, distance myself with people who have wounded me in some form, or I feel, wounded by, because that's my ego. I got to approach everybody with love and compassion, and, you know, like for an example, it's like, you know, I have other relatives in my family I don't get along with, but if I do my part, right, if I remove my ego and I approach them from a point of compassion, then I've done my work, right? Because I don't know what other people have been through. If they don't tell me, and even if they tell me, you still don't know. Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, it. I'm still dealing with it. It's still pretty bad. But, it's hard to believe that it's almost been 3 months already. Just I don't know where time has went. But, yeah. Well, see, I'll tell you too. Something I noticed is like the ego is a huge heart chakra block. Like you cannot approach anybody from a standpoint of love or from a standpoint of compassion if ego is there, right? Because to love someone and to be there and be compassionate is to be selfless, right? And selflessness is the opposite of egotistical. So you can't have one with the other in some aspects, right? So you have to remove it. So I was guilty of always pushing people that I cared about away from me. And because of, my ego, right? I didn't want to be hurt. I didn't want to allow myself to feel vulnerable or to you know, to feel pain, right? But I realized that if you live your life in such a way that where you don't allow yourself to feel that pain, then you're losing choice. Like you're missing out on the ability to grow, right? When you go to the gym and you're working out, you know, it's not exactly comforting. I mean, to some people, it is a comforting way, but your muscles are gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt like hell the next day, and that's how you know you had a good workout. And that's the same thing with like shadow work. Like, you're gonna cry, you're gonna scream, you're gonna hurt, or you know, letting yourself be vulnerable. It's gonna hurt like hell. It's gonna be scary as hell, but it has to be done. My mom, yeah, I never doubted her love and her proudness of me. Um, I never had to wonder if she actually loved or cared or anything. Cause if I could have been a serial killer or something, and my mom would have always still loved me regardless. And that's a love that's difficult to come by. And for a long time in my life, she was both mom and dad, you know. And luckily, my dad is, you know, better off now. But it's it's still difficult. Odin, yeah, he is the long sufferer. Yeah, he yeah, it's painful. Thank you, Starflyer. Yeah, yeah. When people ask me like, how are you, and you try to not be honest because you don't want people to like, put you on like suicide watch, right? But it's not like suicidal thoughts or anything. It's just there's a level of aloneness that sometimes some people feel, and then you remove somebody who you always felt was there, that aloneness becomes greater. It's always it's always there. You could be in a room full of people and still feel alone. You're right. That's kind of that scenario. Yeah, Starflyer blocked heart chakra is it's brutal. It's gonna be scary to open it, but I totally feel that in time you will be able to. My mother, ironically, or my dad are actually very both. Well, my mom was pseudo religious, but my mom was the type that would also come to me and be like, "Hey, you got have any love spells or this or that?" And I would always laugh. I'm like, "Mom, really?" Like, my dad is the type where he'll go to church and stuff, but I don't know if he's like religious per se. My parents have never judged me on my religious choices. And like hell, my stepdad for most of my life was Hindu, right? That's the reason why I have such a connection to Hindu gods too. It's because I kind of grew up with them being talked about. And the cool thing with Hinduism is it's not really a religion. Hinduism is a spiritual practice, right? So you can be Muslim and be a Hindu, or you can be Jewish and be a Hindu, you know, because it's not a religion. It's a spiritual practice. A lot of people, you know, view it weird for some reason. Like I know Monday is Diwali, right? So it's basically like a Hindu Christmas, um, which ironically I think I'm off. I am off work Monday. Yeah, I'm off work. Yeah, Aiden. Yeah, be the parent to yourself that you always wanted. It's the best advice I can give you. And then find solace and comfort into whatever deity that does that for you as well. Like air is amazing when it comes to needing that healing from that motherly aspect. Freya is this well, Freya sort of more Frigga, the energy. So in my opinion, Freya and Frigga are the same, but just like dual aspects of one another, right? So yeah, Starflyer, no, that's totally normal. Yeah, that's not really a blockage. It's just you get love is give and take, right? So you don't want to like cash all your chips in and not, get like a quarterback, like so you want to like be back and forth, that it has to flow harmoniously. Druid, I understand that on a very deep level. Believe me, I've yeah, I've been there. Yeah, the thing that'll help is try to put yourself in her shoes, right? Try to understand your mom's childhood and some of the traumas that she may have dealt with, and it'll help you better deal with understanding it and healing from that. Yeah, abuse knows no gender. It could come from either side. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's what this channel's for, Druid. Yeah. I'm all about deep conversations and uh, all this, because I mean, you don't know who all this could also help in chat that's dealing with it as well. I actually have a Discord. If you have Discord, Druid, I'm always available there. And if you guys see a shadow that and a white light that hits, it's little Mimir as well running back and forth. Well, he's not little anymore. At 9 years old, you're no longer little. Yeah, get Discord because I'm all. I mean, I'm there more than anywhere else. Like I'm always there. Alright, let's see. For some reason, it's not letting me type in my own chat. What the hell kind of? Ah, okay. I know when her, because I have this as a subscriber only chat, like, and I'm obviously not subscribed to my own channel. That's why, which is a really stupid feature considering I'm the owner of this. But okay. Let's see. I will do this. So I'm gonna edit this, make it obviously where it never expires, generate new link, yada yada yada. 1 second. I'm probably gonna hear myself talk, but it's fine because I'm gonna jump on my own live stream from a YouTube browser just to post this. So if it'll let me, because like I said, I'm not subscribed to my own channel. Let's see. There's generated. Okay. Ta-da. So there's the Discord invite link. So if you want, just click on that link right there, and it will take you to. I like to call it the well, right? Because it's Mimir as well, and we're all just kind of there chatting, hanging out. Yeah, I love the fact that we all can just sit here. Like, I mean, that's my goal, right? That's why I created the Discords because I wanted it to be like an open community for everybody. Recently left Hellenic polytheism. Someone told me Zeus would strangle me to death. Yeah. Yeah. The pronoun things, like, that's something that out of respect, right? I follow it. But other than that, like if Zeus refers to, you know, it's referred to in Greek mythology as a man, right? I'm going to refer to them as that because they're not here to tell me otherwise. So people interpret things how you want, right? Spirituality is individual. You know, what I feel about spirituality, you're not going to feel. What you feel about spirituality, I might not feel because it's our own individual spiritual journey. No one is there to tell you otherwise. You know, if you want to, I don't know, pray to Krishna one day and worship Thor the next, that's your spiritual journey. Because if you really want to break it down, I think there's so many parallels across all religions, right? I'll use one because it's my favorite one to use. Is you know, thunder gods, right? There's a thunder god in Hinduism. There's a thunder god in Chinese mythology, Japanese mythology. Well, one of them, I think it's Japanese. It's Rajin. He's more like a thunder demon for some reason. Then you have, yeah, you have Indra, Thor, Perun, Ninurta. You have all of these thunder and Rajin, uh, all these thunder deities that are all described having like a weapon that controls the weather, yada yada yada. There's so many similarities across all these religions where I think that we're all of our ancestors are telling the stories, right, of a deity in a different way that's it's just one individual being told multiple times, kind of thing. Right. So that's just kind of what I think. Yeah, exactly. Druid. And not only that, but if you look at the Slavic version, right, of Thor, it's Perun. Perun is like a combination is if you took Odin and Thor and mashed them together. And what's really weird is another name for Odin in one of the stories was called Thunderer, right? Or Hothringer, which is Thunderer in Icelandic, I think. Uh, so it's crazy the parallels, right? Some people believe that all these beings are just ETs that just dropped on Earth and was told called something. Because I mean, it's like Thoth, right? And Emerald Tablets of Thoth. You also have the Emerald Tablets of Hermes, and Hermes is Thoth, and Thoth is Hermes, vice versa. So I don't know. Yeah, please do. The well used to be very popular and very like energetic, but I noticed that I stopped doing live streams as much, and people started getting quiet. So I'm trying to wake it back up a bit. Yeah, yeah, the Anglo Saxons did do that. Yeah. Well, what's really weird is in the I want to say it's like the Gunda Strap cauldron or something. It was like found in India or the Indus Valley or whatever. Has Cernunnos on it, which is really weird. Um, but it shows you how far like stuff can reach. Maybe I'm pronouncing this right. Juicithor, right? Hello and welcome, by the way. Dinner one and two. Yeah. And what's really funny is that it's like the same way with the Greeks and the Romans, right? You're gonna find a Roman deity for every Greek deity, right? Like I think Zeus was Saturn or was he Jupiter? One of the two. You like it? Yeah. Well, when you said metal arm, for some reason my brain took me to like Cyberpunk with Johnny Silverhand. I was like, if tears like that, that's epic. Yeah. I mean, but if you look at Baldur, right, and you look at Jesus Christ, there's so many similarities, you know. And you look at the story of Ragnarok, and you look at the story of the end of the world, in the Bible, very similar in some ways. Starflower, yes, that's the way to do it. And that's the reason why I'm sort of that way. Like I'm through my time, right, of doing this and studying this. I think I'll take like the Ari Targer approach and say I'm starting to view these deities as energies that can manifest in a physical form, but they're all energy, right? They're not constantly in one form all the time. And if they are, I mean, I'm just going to put it out there. If they are, I would love to be wrong. I'd love to say that they're walking interdimensionally among us, like a lot of people say that, even ETs are, right? Because there's an FBI document from 1947 where an FBI agent, and you can go find this on the FBI website, spoke to an ET, and they said that if you study the locus and the talus, right, from the Vedic terminology, that is exactly where they live. They live in a world that is interdimensional and exists within our own. And it's awesome, to look at it that way. But I just feel like all the gods and the goddesses are energy that are able to shift into a form that we are most accepting of, right? Um, and that's why, if some people die, they see Buddha, right? Some people die, they see Krishna. Some people die, they see, Jesus. It's because that energy is going to come to us in a form that we will easily perceive it. But 90% of the people that you hear that have died and had near death experiences, when they get on the other side, just says that we're all orbs of light, right? Which is just a pure orb of energy. And 90% of the stuff that you see when a spirit is captured on like CCTV or whatever is always an orb. It's always shapeless, right? And it can just move in and out of all these things. I mean, and there's a part too where, for an example, the Hindus talk about every god has an avatar, right? In my opinion, I don't view that stops, right? So it is very well possible that in my opinion, I know that God knows this is such a, gods know that this is such a controversial topic. So I'm sharing with you my view. I'm not trying to sway y'all. Uh, there's my southern part, y'all. I use that term, so sorry for that. You all. Um, there's nothing that says that Odin, right, couldn't have an avatar where he exists in an energetic form in another body, that he can choose to separate and come back together on. I know this is like very stoner topic, right? Like tripping on shrooms kind of talk. Ironically, I've never done that, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. However, um, it's just my view, right? Stupid allergies. So I feel that, like Thor could have an avatar, like the TV show, what is it, Ragnarok, right? Where this kid all of a sudden has Frigga touch him on the forehead, and it's an old lady, and Odin is there, and he doesn't know that's Odin. He gets touched on the forehead, and boom! All of a sudden, he remembers that he's Thor and sees things from a different light, right? So that's just kind of what I feel. Spirituality goes so deep that it's hard to truly lay a label on it. So it's hard to truly say this is concrete this way, this is concrete this way, right? It's almost impossible to do that. And then I'm like, we also have ETs, right? Which we're getting more out in the open about knowing that exist. Exactly. I mean, because you got to think, right? In the stories, it's so easy for us to accept that Loki is a shapeshifter, right? How would he be able to do that? It would have to be an energy that can shift his body and change material matter. So there you go. It's kind of like the proof of that is like sitting right there in front of our faces. And when people take DMT or mushrooms or LSD, any type of psychedelic or hallucinogenic um, spiritual enhancer, that's what I like to refer to them as. They can perceive more than what this human mind can understand because our brain only understands 3D consciousness, right? So this cup is this cup. This bottle of water is this bottle of water, right? We have to have a mental label for what we're perceiving and have something that we can relate it to, or else it scares us to death. And that's the reason why a lot of people who encounter ETs, even like for hypothetically an abduction or whatever, it scares them to death because they're like, you're seeing something that you don't understand because it's not ingrained in your brain to perceive anything further than that, right? Because we're if you notice and if anybody out there tracks paranormal things, right? Like maybe like I do, um, you have things like the rake, right? That was dreamed up, kind of whatever spoken about, and then all of a sudden people started seeing the rake everywhere. And I think it's because in the 4D, anything that we manifests itself in the 4D. And the 4D is here. We can't see it. And I think that sometimes that veil becomes so thin that there is a moment where you can perceive it. And it's like ETs, they exist in an interdimensional 4D, 5D, 6D, 7D, so on and so forth. It keeps going. Uh, Reality, right? That because our brains are so 3D wired, we can't transcend. And that's where meditation and spiritual practice enhances this, right? It enhances our ability to strip away the matrix fabric and to strip away all the bullshit coding and brainwashing. Because if you think too, I really want you to really think hard about this. And people seeing significant spiritual things, such as gods, angels, uh, demons, uh, certain types of beings, it started dwindling down as technology progressed, right? So as we had more power lines, as we had more cell phone towers. So what do these things exist on? They exist on energy and frequency, right? Cell phone towers constantly pushing out that high speed frequency. Uh, Electricity generates a frequency in itself, but it's also generating energy, right? And to me, I feel like it's bogging down so much. People were seeing so many different things uh, before there was energy, like, power, before there was Wi-Fi, before there was cell phone. I mean, now we carry, a constant, you know, a constant frequency in our pocket every day, right? We carry constant energy. We carry a constant, I don't know, like it's also a scrying mirror too. So if you black this out, it can work as a scrying mirror as well. So we keep a energetic portal basically in our pocket at all times that can bring through bad stuff, right? Like if you don't believe me, right, go and cut off your Wi-Fi just for the night. So before you go to bed, cut your router off, plug it, cut the power completely off to it, and you will feel an instant shift in your room, like, and you will sleep better than you probably slept in a while. Yes, Starflower. Uh, go check here. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this again. My eye is burning really bad. Ta-da! So, so I would recommend everybody click on that link. There you go. That shows up. Go give them a sub. Click the bell for them. Um, you'll get all sorts of content over there. And they have other stuff that they do, and they usually put those details in their descriptions of their videos. I will eventually have them on at some point for a collaboration video. So something similar to this, where you can ask them questions and everything, and I'll ask them questions also. So it'd be really cool. I don't know if y'all, if anybody from here see me do one with MetaWave a long time ago. Um, I really enjoyed doing that, but I think bringing the Angelic Mystic on and doing a collaboration and chat with them would be really epic. They've also collabed with me in a few videos on my channel, so yeah, Druid, I'll schedule it out. Like I'll definitely for sure like promote the hell out of that before it happens. So it'll give you everybody enough time to come up with any tarot or medium questions or psychic questions that they would like to ask. No, yeah, Druid, I completely understand, man. Thank you. I should maybe still be here for a bit. Basically, I'm just doing this to hang out with everybody, so I have really no time limit on how long I'll probably let this thing go. We may goof off, you know, play some games or something, or you know, finish this music track and just talk. So, hey, it was good talking to you, and it was good talking to you, Adina, too. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad I can help. That's what this channel's for, is to try to help out as much as I can. You know, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I really wouldn't be. I think it would be pretty awesome to have a big collaboration live stream. It'd be awesome to talk about all sorts of different stuff. There was one time I did a collective meditation where I got a bunch of people. Well, tried to. That's 333. Got a bunch of people in a chat like this, and came up with like a topic that we should all meditate on for that day. And I enjoyed doing something like that too. So I might try to do that and have some other people collab with me in doing it. Because if you all meditate on the one purpose at the same time, I mean, I'm sure it could change something. It's a whole bunch of collective energy going out once. Psychic attacks. Um, well, I don't. I mean, I may have had one at some point. May have not have, but I always carry black tourmaline on me to prevent stuff like that from happening. Um, but I would recommend always having something like this because it definitely will help kind of kick that out, prevent it from happening. But the angelic mystic would probably be the best person to ask. Uh, I sage myself or Palo Santo myself at least once a week, like at the end of like Friday, Saturday. It's like I didn't do it yesterday, so I'll probably do it tonight. Um, I go out, sage myself, Palo Santo down myself, meditate a bit under the stars, and just let the air and the energy from the cosmos kind of pull that out. Now, there is a cleansing thing that you can do with these. Now, there's a trick about this, and I didn't know this if it's 100% true or not, but I noticed that there's a difference with mine since I did it. Is when you buy black tourmaline, you have to kind of set your intention with it, right? And make an agreement with it. And make sure you cleanse it too. I also have like rose quartz. Uh, a good thing for grounding too is garnet. I have garnet right here. And I have a ton of crystals behind me on my shelf. Everything from Lemurian starseed crystals to jasper to blue kyanite, aquamarine, prismarine, blue tiger's eye, normal tiger's eye. Yeah, I have so much. Also sage it, um, and keep it next to selenite. I have a lot of selenite, so keeping it next to selenite too helps. I don't know how many people can come across this, but I have it. Like, if you have a copper plate or anything with copper, um, put it in that. And if you like to sun charge or moon charge your crystals, put it in that copper plate. Because what's going to happen is copper is conductive, right? And it'll take that energy and make it more conductive. So keep that in mind. So I have these really massive Shiva lingas, right? Like they're how about yay tall. I have one over here, and you can see that thing right there next to my salt lamp. It's a Shiva linga too. Um, and I keep it on copper. And when I do the rituals to cleanse it, bathe it, and I put vibhuti on it and everything, it puts out so much energy because of that copper plate that it you can feel it burning your chakras in the room for a good while after that. It's actually about time to do that. Speaking of, but yeah, you get so there is an amazing person that I buy all my crystals from. Well, I get them from my metaphysical shop sometimes, but there's a person on Etsy that has probably the best crystals that you can get, and it's called Om Earth Crystals, right? Probably hands down the best crystal provider that I've ever dealt with. Like I ordered what I thought was gonna be like maybe one or two pieces of blue kyanite, and I got this massive bag of blue kyanite. And it's like a ton of shards and stuff in it. And they also sell selenite charging plates, right? So you can get a big old thick plate of selenite that you can put all your crystals and everything on, or anything that you want to be cleansed, and put it on there, sage it, set it out in the sun, set it out in the moon, and let it do that. Yep, Home Earth Crystals on Etsy. Actually, I might be able to find their link. I'll drop it really quick. Um, and if you go, let them know that I sent you over there, because I buy a lot from them. So show them some love. And actually, like, if you click that link directly that I sent you and scroll a little further down, so you'll see the Lemurian starseed crystals that I have, that I've also bought from them. And then they gifted me a piece of raw yellow selenite, which is really good for the solar plexus. But you can see that they have the big thick raw selenite charging plates too. But it's probably like the best. They're from Arkansas. Probably like the best crystal shop that I could ever recommend you get anything from. You do light language, that's awesome. I actually have done that a few times on the channel. I actually have uh, two two videos for that. So you practice Galder, right? Then the magic of, the singing magic from the old Norse stories. Galder was the trick that Odin used to do. Like the song by Heilung, Hammer Hippier, I think is the name of the song. It's a chant that Odin sang to heal Baldur's horse, which is like a really epic song by Heilung. It's one of my favorites, because you can feel the energy come to the surface when that song is playing. Let's do something. And I will obviously change this and take out that. And ta-da. Alright, so that works better. I'm like all over the place today. I didn't realize my hair was sticking up because of my headphones. Cool. Yes. Well, the thing is a lot of the Norse magic aspects are usually inherited. However, there's a benefit to that. There's also a curse to that. Yeah, I've studied Norse magic and Norse shamanism for a good while now. I practice Galder a bit myself. I just haven't done it in a while. I did a lot of rune magic too. I have a few songs actually that I did a side project that were in Icelandic. And there were invocations to the gods also. I try to offer so much on Memer as well, um, to connect and help people because I notice that there is such a lack in obviously music that connects people to the old gods, and not only that, but music that just connects to different aspects. Like there's not a lot of starseed stuff out there, especially for meditation. If it is, it's kind of hit and miss. Um, Raven Caldera. I actually have one of his books. Oh yeah, one of their books. They also have a site called, maybe I'm wrong, Northern Paganism or something like that, where he breaks down a lot of the lesser known gods and goddesses and gives descriptions about them. I actually have, here, hold on, I'll show it to you. I have this book. And it's really cool. It does include, since it's about that time of year, let's see if I can find it. It's like a prayer to the ancestors or something along those lines. It talks about how to make prayer beads for the gods, which I actually considered doing for the channel at one point because I was going to make a bunch of malas and different stuff for um, people to use during meditations and consecrate them so that way it like help them connect obviously to the gods and the goddesses during meditation. I just haven't got around to doing it because a lot of the times when I go and I find, like, for an example, I was going to do a Thor mala, right? That I was going to do as a giveaway on the channel. I was going to try to find it and make it out of pure quartz beads. Like, I don't want fake. I don't want glass passing off as quartz. I wanted real quartz. But I couldn't find anybody uh, willing to tumble quartz and make them. Yeah, I enjoy a lot of what they write. They are very insightful. That's for sure. There is so many fake beads out there. I have a bunch of rude rock seeds actually from India. I have a plant too that I've been meaning to plant, that I got from there too, where I can grow my own. But they're known as the tears of Shiva, and they remove negative energy and take your energy out of your body and recycle it and put you in like a cocoon, so it keeps you safe. I actually have some that I got from Sadhguru back here that's kind of consecrated and blessed by him, and I wear them a lot. But I try to keep them energized by that linga a lot, so that way they don't have to work so hard. And then I have a mala made out of them, and then I have a few other things. I feel like my video and my audio is off. Let's try dropping this down a bit, maybe. Let's see if this works. Mm, I don't know if this will help. No, seemingly made it worse. It's really cool that you have that. I'm gonna eventually make some, and I'm gonna hold it as like a giveaway for the channel. There's so much that I want to do for the channel that I haven't done yet, um, and so it's just taking some time, but eventually I'll get there. It's wispy. You talking about my microphone? This is my microphone. It's because I have fan here, fan on the floor, and then the fan on my laptop is going. I have an Alienware laptop, so I try to keep it as cool as possible, even though I have the fan on high performance, because I'm running a full-on stream, and I also have the music program in the back. So I gotta love it with it. I didn't realize I've been streaming for 2 hours now. It feels like it's only been like 30 minutes. All right, so let's see what we think about this now. Druid, welcome back. Thank you, Starflower. Yeah, I love having discussions with all of you and stuff like this. It's awesome. Thank you, Udina. Thank you. It's a very live, chatty one, which is nice. Sometimes they're not so chatty. The reincarnation of Shiva. That's epic. I love working with Shiva. He's amazing to work with. Working with Odin is always a mad ride, Druid. Iduna, yeah, I can kind of feel this, like, pulling in some heavy Odin vibes also. Especially with the ravens. It puts a lot of pressure on my third eye. Oh yeah? Feel free to tell us, Druid, whatever it is. That's really cool. So, my family history does one of those weird deep dives that there's a lot of controversy about. There's a lot of berserkers in my family tree, primarily on my mom's, but when I go far enough down, once, like, 3 different sides of my mom's family history, it says that I'm related to Odin. And then one of them said I was related to Thor, which was pretty funny. Which being related to Odin would make you related to Thor, so... but yeah, it went pretty far back. Yeah, it claimed that through a relative of mine who was like the king of Denmark, Odin was his father and gifted him Denmark as a gift, right? Because Odin was wandering around and had demigod kids, I guess, and gave it Denmark as a present, and that's where my family comes from. It's just like there's a lot of controversy around as if Ragnar was actually a real person, right? There's always going to be controversy about something. You know, Jesus had children. There's another controversial fact. But also, there's also some record that came out not so long ago about there's a kid from Jerusalem. I think he was about like 13. Went and studied in a Buddhist monastery. Learned the tenets of Buddhism, and then went back to Jerusalem, right? And he would have been in this. That's the same time where supposedly in the Bible Christ went out of the picture and then came back into the picture, and all of the teachings of Christ were very Buddhist in nature. So there's a ton of stuff like that. It's really interesting. So Jesus, if he was real, more than likely was a Buddhist. However, in my version of the Bhagavad Gita, it is mentioned that Krishna shows up in a time where religion has left the earth, right? So they're saying that one of the incarnations of Krishna could have been Jesus and Buddha. So, because if you listen to the way Krishna talks in the Bhagavad Gita, he talks like Christ in the Bible. Yeah. Well, see, the thing is that type of power knows no gender, and that's awesome. I mean, there's tons of stories, right, of strong females, and it's awesome. I've confirmed a lot of stuff through tarot readings, through medium stuff, through all sorts of different stuff. So my history outside of genetics, like as on a soul level, is pretty interesting. I've learned some stuff that I felt like if I talked about it to the general public, I'd be thrown into a mental asylum, you know? So, well, what's also interesting, Starflower, is that there's stories of the Sumerian gods, Enki and Enlil, being in America and being the gods that spoke to the Native Americans. And so in Utah, on a, I don't remember where at in Utah, but there's like a carving of Enki and Enlil there. And they were also notorious for them, and Thoth, ironically, were spoken about as being in South America too. And so the Temple of the Sun, no, the Temple of the Sun and the Moon, or there's the Temple of the Moon. I don't remember which one. Uh, Built in South America, or wherever my brain is like. Um, Thoth actually built it in honor of his wife. That's crazy, Druid. Yeah, that's awesome. I have an ability to predict stuff too sometimes before it happens. You if I had to say for certain what I feel my spiritual gift would be, is I can see people's shadow self, right? Their darker aspects of their souls. So, and it makes people uncomfortable. So there's a lot of times where I'll go out in public and I'll just look at somebody and I can instantly not like it and not like them as an individual. And it's because I see something dark in them, and then they'll instantly not like me because they feel exposed because I can see that. So it's very weird to deal with sometimes. And I have a way of predicting other stuff too, like meeting certain people, or I see a lot in dreams. Starflyer, yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, yeah. If you got Discord, just shoot me a message over there. I'm always open to collaborations. It's always fun to do. A lot of people don't know this. This is one video I feel like is maybe a little bit underrated on my channel. Is I actually have a song for the old channel. I have two of them actually. I have one for the Wild Hunt, right, which is the hunt that Odin goes on and leads. And then I have one for just Yule itself. It's a very holiday vibe thing. So if y'all want something to check out and to hang out to during Yule, please feel free to check that one out. Shameless plug. So I mean, I feel the same way, Adina, and when I, it's difficult to deal with it because nowadays you can talk about it, right? And there's more people who are willing to talk about it as opposed to 5 years, 6 years ago, people would try to seriously think that you were crazy. Um, I've had this thing since I was a kid. I mean, I've always been able to see into the core of people. And now I will say, when I was a kid, I saw a ghost, right? My first apparitional spirit. And when I told my mother that, I said, hey, because long story short, I was laying in bed, right? I was maybe 10, 9, 10. This being showed up in the corner of my room and started trying to tell me that I needed to hurt people, right? So I was scared as a kid, and I ran to my mom, told her, and my mom, didn't know how to take that at the time. Took me to a psychiatrist. I told the psychiatrist that, and then they tried to put me in and they wanted to lock me up because they thought I was going insane. So I stopped allowing myself to see those things uh, out of fear of that, right? And I don't think I've ever been able to see another one since. Uh, you're doing it, yeah. Thank you for hanging out. Hopefully, you have a good day or night wherever you are, and appreciate it as always. The scariest ghost event I had was so it was right after I converted completely into paganism. I was laying in bed in the dream. I remember it was really weird, such a weird dream, because we were living in a house that my great grandmother lived in, and her sons all died in that house. Well, one of them died in that house. The other two died at a hospital, but obviously their spirit, that was a very highly paranormal house. Anyway, like if me and my mom got into an argument, like DVDs on top of the TV would fly across the room. Like it was just kind of one of those situations. Um, so after I converted to paganism, um, I went to sleep, was dreaming, and I saw my great grandfather. Now, my great grandfather pretty much raised me the majority of my life. So that's the reason why his initials are tattooed up here on my shoulder. Um, so it was really weird because the dream scared the shit out of me, and it scared me to death to a point where I had like a physical ailment from it. Um, so I remember in the dream sitting on the edge of my mom's bed because me and her were talking in the dream, and she said that she was gonna go make some coffee or something, and I was like, okay, whatever. And then next thing I know, I see the apparition of my great grandfather, like standing in front of me in the dream. And then all of a sudden, his face distorted and his mouth opens like crazy wide. And there was this hardcore screech, and it like lunged at me. And I remember I woke up, my heart was pounding, I had a fever, and I had like my heart was beating abnormally for like a good 2 weeks after that. And it took a lot to recover for some reason from that dream, and I have never been able to understand it to this day. Um, yeah, it was just the strangest thing ever. But other than that, I mean, as far as paranormal stuff goes, like I'll use a spirit box or something, and I'll hear, certain things, or I'll try to use a scrying mirror or something to see something, or I've tried in the past to summon, demonic beings, and it's really weird because anytime I try to summon a being, except that one time with Thor, like I tried to summon demons, I've tried to summon angels, I've tried to summon gods and goddesses and anything, and I use a spirit box usually every time in that session, and I always do it, and the only thing that ever comes out from that session is the words observing. Nothing more, nothing less. Observing. And I never have an experience. There's except one time I was laying in bed in the corner of my eye. I saw like this formless black object. And what was really weird is like inside this formless black object there was like silver stuff like flowing in and out of it, but the silver was so bright it was shining. And it was just kind of moving really weird, and then that was it. That was all I saw. And it's like no one is allowed to connect with me. No god, no demon, no nothing is allowed to connect with me. It's like I have some that's funny. So it's like I have somebody on the other side and be like, no, 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 don't you can't go near him. Go on, like you know, mind your business kind of thing. So yeah, it's just kind of what I experience all the time. But like to this night, like for an example, if I go out in my backyard and want to watch like stare at the stars or something, there's a shadow figure. It's about like about 7 or 8 foot tall, and you can see it moving across my backyard, peeking around, looking over, and I know it's not a person because it peeks over the fence at me, and I can see it because it's like significantly tall. I'm like, this is a person. I'm gonna see some features on this individual. I don't see anything but shadow. Yeah, they are protecting me, and it's there's a funny story as to what that could be. So yeah, it's selfish. It is selfish. I would say it is selfish. Yeah. But the thing is they'll do that, but they don't want to talk to me. I know who it is, but they don't want to talk to me. For some reason, it's an awkward father-son relationship on a deeper level. I'll just leave it. There will be a day, right? I will one day make a video about well about this and put myself out there for the scrutiny that it might cause. But it is what it is. People can take it or they can go with it. You know, some people believe in a galactic federation of light. Some people don't. So you know, it's just what it is. That's true, Dread. Yeah. So people, I'll break this down, I guess, in a way. I mean, hell, this is my live stream, right? I can say what I want. So for example, Starflower, the Angelic Mystic, all of you, you know, we those who believe in the concept of star seeds, right? Like your soul originated in a different planet or a different existence as a different being, um, and you're reincarnated into a physical uh being. Um, actually, I don't know if it'll let me do this. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll tell the full story. There you go. You're welcome. Ask and you shall receive, right? It's the old adage. No, you're welcome, man. You've led some pretty interesting discussions here today. It's an honor. So the full story about this is, so if the concept of star seeds, right, is true, then that means that you will have an original parentage, right? You'll have beings who are originally parents, and they may not be your Earth parents. They could, your Earth parents are your parents for this cycle of life, right? Um, However, your cosmic parents are just the original ones, uh, in my opinion. Anyway, some people may not believe this concept. So, through meditation and through uh, pendulums, through tarot, through experiences, um, through looking back at my life and certain aspects of my life. So, for an example, my family, I've never felt connected to, right? My physical family, my actual Earth parents. I mean, I'm connected to them. Obviously, they're my parents, but on a soul level, I knew that they weren't my parents. If that makes sense. So I look at things a little differently. So I've always been calmed by thunderstorms. I've always been calmed by different things. So through various readings and through various soul searching, I realized I figured out my cosmic parentage, my cosmic lineage, and I know who they are now. Now, to explain the energy of my cosmic father, no one is allowed to be around me on a spiritual level without them, you know, having his permission first. So that's what makes it funny that no one's allowed to connect with me and I only hear observing because he's the type that will stand there and like not allow you to connect with me. So through medium work, um, by the lovely, uh, the angelic mystic, and through pendulum readings for myself, and through tarot readings, my cosmic parents are Enlil and Ninlil of the Sumerian stories. And my past life, I was Ninurta, the son of Enlil who died after Enki killed him. And he was also written about as being a god of storms, healing, and agriculture, and war at times. So that's my that's my cosmic lineage, right? And I can go outside every day. I've had so many. I have videos of this actually. I've shown them on here on the channel before of UFOs I've seen. That's always out here. Like everywhere I live, I have like at least 40 UFOs a night show up, and I have video recordings of it all. Um, and through these readings, I found out that it's them. They're always watching and kind of keeping an eye on me. So, and for you, especially you Starflower, you know about the star seed stuff too, as well as the angelic mystics. Like I'm an Orion, right? But I found out that Enlil's from Orion and Ninlil's from Sirius, B. So, and when I have, if you can see it, It's dark and my arm is like hellishly freckly. I have like the Orion constellation on my arm. Uh, well, Drew, there's so many stories, even in Norse paganism, that talk about being reincarnated. Yeah, so Enlil, Enlil and Ninlil are they are like I mentioned, my Earth Dad has always been a big fan of pumping me full of ancient history, right? Um, and ancient alien stuff. He's, I don't know why, but they're the Anunnaki, right? So Enlil was the god of the wind and earth. He was a chieftain god that people were afraid to talk to, and nothing happened without his approval, kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, Drid, it's reincarnation is a do-over. It's for you to just kind of come back and correct, right? Something that you didn't deal with in this life that you needed to learn, and then you'll move on to something else. But you don't necessarily. This is the kicker. You don't necessarily reincarnate back as a human either. And if you do, you may not be here. You can reincarnate back as an ET somewhere else because we know they exist, right? The government's already kind of came out and told us. And then if you look at the concepts of the nine worlds were exactly how many planets that we used to have, right? We used to have 9 planets when I was in school. And, you know, that would put the gods of being cosmic beings versus actually Earth beings, right? And if you study an ET group called the Palladians, they're known as the Nordic looking people. And I believe that Odin and Freya and Tyr and all of them very well could have been. You want to see ETs, just go to Walmart. If you sit there long enough, you'll see ETs in human bodies. I'm convinced. Just sit at a Walmart long enough. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it's exactly how it is. They're always in Walmart. And the thing is, too, is if you really want to test this theory, right? If you think to yourself while you're looking at the individual, I know you're an ET. I know you're an alien, you're not from here. 9 times out of 10, they're going to look at you, right? Mark Zuckerberg is an archon, man. He is an alien. He's one of the evil archons that's talked about in the Gnostic Gospels, you know, here to prevent people from reincarnating, selling their souls, trying to put us further into the matrix with his metaverse, meta world shit. Archon all day long. I mean, if you look at this creation story of the world and everything from in the Norse side, from a cosmic perspective, like if you try to look at it as this happened in space, the shit makes way more sense. So much more sense. But if you look into the Vedas, right, the Hindu Vedas, um, it gets crazy too because the Hindu Vedas are like what 15,000 years old or something like that. And Sanskrit is like one of the oldest written languages, next to Sumerian. It talks about the Earth being created in a form of atoms and nucleuses and different sorts of stuff. And I'm like, that is way advanced from their time, you know? Like, how in the hell did you know that? I mean, true, yeah. I mean, the nine realms could very easily be nine different dimensions. However, with Midgard being center, right, of the world tree and of everything else, to me, that's where if you look at it from a cosmological standpoint, um, it made more sense because if ancient religions, some people were like, oh yeah, well, everything revolved around, like circled around Earth, right? I think that's like one of the oldest things. And then now everything circles around the sun, yada yada yada. There's always been that fight back and forth throughout science. What's what, right? Yeah, and we're gonna use his brains as clouds, and his blood as the ocean. See, I love the fact that that Palladians are cool. I've met a few of them. I'm an Orion, but if my cosmic parents are from an Orion and Sirius, then that means I'm both. So I guess I'm a hybrid, right? Um, or yeah, that's the only ones that ever keep coming up. Like I've had medium readings from Sam the Illusionist, where he said that I supposedly one of my I've he told me I think that my soul is like 31. It's like I think it's like millions of years old or something like that. And like I lived in Venus and then Agartha, and at one point I took my life because of not being able to handle the pressures of the world, and because people weren't accepting the spiritual teachings that I was trying to teach them at the time. And what's really funny with that reading, he doesn't know this, but throughout my life, in this life, I've always felt disconnected from spiritual stuff, and I've always struggled uh, with suicide. So, um, ironically, the channel saved me from doing anything. So, um, putting myself out there for you guys strengthens me in a lot of different ways. So, single hand. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I mean, and then his bones are the earth and everything else. Yeah, it's a crazy story. I mean, yeah, Ymir's up there just sleeping, and Odin's like, screw this guy, right? I'm tired of hearing him snore. Uh, yeah, mine's been bad since I was, if I'm brutally honest, since I was a kid. Like, I remember, I think it was like around first grade or something. I tried to hang myself in my closet. Like, my mom totally found out, like, caught me doing it. Um, and then through life, like, self harm was always like a really big outlet for me. And yeah, and working with Odin made it worse. But then again, it's if I look back on it, maybe this is his way of just trying to tell me to man the hell up and like pull my ego out of my ass. I guess. Sorry, YouTube. I'm probably gonna get censored for that, but it is what it is. So Druid, yeah, I would have to agree. So Ocean Keltoy, I don't know if you've heard of them, released a video about Fenris Wolf, right? Or Fenrir, which was fucking amazing. Like, they talked about how Fenrir, there's several things that point to the fact that Fenrir could have very well been a human who could shapeshift, just like Loki, because Loki could shapeshift, right? And then Jormungandr was the same way, because Hel was a normal person, right? She just had the deformity on the left side. Yeah, this channel is a huge outlet for me. Like, it definitely helped. And then getting into some of the other aspects of spiritualism, like I started watching Sadhguru and Muji and Ari Harder all the time. And then ironically, Russell Brand, when he does his spiritual talks, he's kind of went on like a weird political thing now, but he has another channel that he made called Awakening with Russell. That's pretty good. And uh, another guy, Clark Kegsley, Kegley, something like that. He does a lot of good videos too. So I'm always listening to that, and it's a matter too of resisting the urge, right? And communication. Yeah, I mean, we've all spiraled down self-destructive roads, right? Mine was, you know, smoking and weed and you know doing stupid stuff. Yeah, Russell is amazing. Yeah, I mean it was Russell Brand that initially kicked off my awakening process, I guess, in 2019. Like I started feeling like a call to something different, and found his channel, started listening to him, and he was kind of speaking towards some of the different stuff that I was dealing with at the time. And then after that, uh, I found Muji because of like a shared video with him, and then excuse me, should have muted that. Then went into Sadhguru from that, and then found Metawave on Twitch. Right, Metawave taught me about starseed stuff and everything, and talked to me because I kind of confided in him about some stuff that I was dealing with, and he gave me some advice, and ironically, it was his advice that's kind of helped me out to be where I'm here. So that's why, if you ever see me on Twitch or you ever see me anywhere else, I show Metalwave tons of love and support because he was there. He was at the right place at the right time with the right advice and without judgment. So so addictions can be in various different forms, right? It's anything that you feel um, hinders your ability to progress forward, your movement on, right? So it's like an addiction could be cutting yourself. It could be too much food. It could be drinking. It could be drugs. It could be video games. It could be porn. Porn is probably the biggest one out there that a lot of people are afraid to admit is an addiction, but it is. And we all struggle with it, especially as guys, right? That's God knows, like it's like a plague, and for us, and it's a sensitive topic to a lot of people. But after a lot of time and a lot of work and self-reflection, you can overcome that addiction to that. And it just takes a lot of work because you don't realize that how much being a man and being raised up in a toxic masculine environment, and everything is geared to attack a man on his weakest levels, which we all know is sexuality, right? And it's sickening, yeah, in so many different ways. So especially as a guy, it's probably the hardest one to deal with because you're just kind of taught as a kid, oh well, it's normal, you know, oh it's normal. No, no, hell, it's not. It's not normal. And there's actually a study that shows a healthy male brain that has never looked at pornography versus a male brain that has, and it physically causes damage to the male brain. That's amazing, Starflower. Yeah. I mean, sometimes we have karmic partners, right? Yeah, Druid. I totally feel the same way. You don't understand what these girls are going through. These women, and you know, uh, I from people I've talked to and heard of, they're always being shoved drugs in their face and everything to force them to do it, and that's the reason why so many of them commit suicide. And it's it's fucking terrible. Yeah, a lot of them, a lot of guys, even those who say they don't, unfortunately are brought into that until they realize that it is a trap. And that was one thing. It's like Russell Brand really talked about a lot too. That was fucking amazing. Is that he admitted like I had a fucking addiction to it, and it consumed my thoughts 90% of the days. And you don't realize too. It also controls how you view uh, relationships, like how you view your wife, how you view your significant other, and how you handle sexuality with your partner. Because then you can make it extremely perverse, right? And make it unnatural and unspiritual. And then you also become numb to it, right? To certain stuff, and you don't feel it on that deep. You don't feel it on that deep level. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. There's so many doors that thing opens up, and it's not just men. And I will say that it's porn affects those of both gender as well. You know, um, women are targeted a lot, to look a certain way, to feel a certain way, to you know, and then sometimes they get roped up into it, either watching it or being in it, and you know, both of them are toxic and evil as shit. So, yeah, Starflower, that's intense. That's awesome that you got away from that though. A lot of people don't. A lot of people feel that they can't escape a situation like that, and you know, no, Druid, we've all dealt with them. They're really difficult to deal with. Yeah, it's a struggle. But you know, over time, Druid, and like, see, that's the problem. That's the thing that you do. That's a great. That's amazing on this is that you admit and you know and you recognize that that struggle is there, and so that way you can turn away from it, right? And find outlets and different things that you use to avoid it. Admitting it is probably the best thing. You have to admit that you know that there's something wrong with you, right? And a lot of people are afraid to put the fault on themselves. They like to try to point the blame at somebody else, right? Like, oh, my porn addiction's because my best friend, told me that if I didn't do it, I was, a wimp, or if I didn't watch this, I was either, I don't know if YouTube will let me say gay, but whatever. And there was always that toxic masculinity, right? It's like everybody's just always basically putting you in a chokehold to force you to be a certain way. And to me, uh, some of the most highly spiritual, even straight heterosexual men who have discovered these things and who have realized this start leaning more into like the ability to balance out the divine masculine, the divine feminine energy that we all have in ourselves, right? Because every man, right, we have masculine and we also have a feminine side, but it tilts out of order. But when we bring it back in together, um, it's the way. Yeah, that's crazy though. There's a bunch of people that you have to go no contact with sometimes, but it's probably for the betterment of your own mental health, right? Like I don't talk to a lot of people for the betterment of my own mental health because I know as soon as I do, it's like somebody throws a hook in my brain. It changes my. If you ever get around somebody and it instantly pisses you off or makes you just want to jump out of your skin, that is a good sign that that person and you need to just kind of go the opposite direction. Yeah, Thor was an amazing man. Yeah, amazing God, amazing energy person to always have in your life. See, that's what I try to create in these live streams, right? Especially in the Discord, is a place where people can go and talk about this stuff and to be open about it, right? And just to be upfront, just be upfront about it, because there's so many people out there who won't speak up first, right? They're waiting for somebody else to speak up. It's like that old thing they used to tell me in school. Don't be afraid to raise your hand because a question that you might want to know, somebody else in the class is wanting to know it and they're just too afraid to raise their hand to ask, right? So yeah, I'm gonna start doing at least more lives like this. Try to do them uh, fairly often. I'm getting back into the rhythm to do this. Oh, black eye? Like, what the hell happened? How do you know when it's the gods that you've worked with? Well, if you have a pendulum, it's always a good thing to use. Their energies are very unique. Um, it's very difficult to explain. For example, Thor makes me feel fearless, right? He gives me strength and courage and the ability to stand up, right, for what I believe in and kind of go against the grain a bit. Odin gives me my wisdom, gives me my desire to constantly be, seeking out different things. And which has led to where I am now because if it wasn't for that thirst of wisdom, right, the desire to always be educated, always just soak in as much like, mystical knowledge, esoteric knowledge as possible. I feel that that's a gift from Odin. I'm heavily blessed by the Norse god Bragi because Bragi inspires people to write music, right, and poetry, and I use that gift in the channel today. Um, and it's an amazing thing. And but because of my quest and my thirst for knowledge with Odin, I have the desire to seek out how to learn these things. It's an energy that you'll know. You'll know. Now, if you don't drink, which occasionally I'll have a beer or two, but I haven't had a beer in forever, right? Like, there's different things that you can do, right? So, as for me, you take and I used to do this. So I used to have a tree in my backyard that got hit by lightning one day. And when they cut it down, because it was dying, they left a stump for a long time. And I would make that an outdoor, which is a holder, right? Which is an outdoor altar to the gods. And I would take, and I made specific wooden statues of Thor and Odin, and I took them out there and left them out there. And I would take ale, right? And I'd take, this is only a funny story, and I'll get to it in a second. So, I take ale, I take incense, right, and I put it out there, light it, give my offerings. And now, when I took, so I went to Walmart, bought a rotisserie chicken, and put it on this stump. And every time I did that, it would storm like a son of a bitch. Like the biggest storm that you could imagine would show up out of nowhere, right? And it would just happen every time I left. Ironically, the one thing that Thor loves, beer, chicken, or beer and meat, right? Food out there. It would show up, and then the next day, it's all gone. Like there's nothing left. There's no bones. There's no nothing. It's all just gone, and the beer's always gone too. And so during Yule, I left fresh fruits, right, like plums and apples and stuff, and I would cut them up and leave them out there, and then I'd go out there, and the next day, gone. No, there's no trace of it anywhere. And so it was really crazy because I had these, and then but what's really funny is right around that tree stump, mushrooms started growing. So there's an old Yule story that when mushrooms grow, it's the saliva from Odin's horse, right, hitting the ground and causing the mushrooms to grow. And it's just really cool to have experienced that and feel that. But now, since I had every damn tree in my backyard cut down, the person who did it grinded down my stump on accident and destroyed it. So I don't have that area anymore. But to me, it was a hallowed spot because it was specifically struck by a lightning bolt. So it was almost like it was meant to be there. My throat is like giving out. So I'm gonna put y'all on. Be right back, really quick. I'm gonna go grab some water. And come back. I'm back. Sorry for that. I had to get some water. Trying to catch up on chat here. Thoughts on Wisdom of Odin channel? Do you really want that? I don't want to have a Norse pagan battle with somebody. Just so everybody is entitled to their right to perceive things how they want. Right. There's a lot of things that I do agree with that Jacob does. And there's a lot of things I don't agree with that Jacob does. I'm not gonna crucify him for it. Because there's a lot of, so for an example, there's a few topics that he has done that has helped me out, right? Because I have watched him a few times. I'm not gonna sit here and say I haven't. And I have interacted with Jacob a few times too. His intentions are well. He has, yeah, I'll just say his intentions are well. Unfortunately, there's a lot of toxic stuff going around in the Norse pagan community with racism and different stuff that people are too afraid to address, right? And I've been pretty vocal about my views on that on the podcast before, so which to me, in my point of view, race, bloodline, none of that should ever prevent you from worshiping a god that you feel called to. I don't care. There's no real excuse. There's nowhere in the Eddas. There's nowhere in any of the sagas where it talks about that. So that's my view. The gods themselves never discriminated, right? So keep that in mind. I know that the biggest issue with Jacob was that he that a lot of people had with him is that he didn't want to outwardly condemn it, I guess. And that's not, I mean, I'm not getting involved in, like I said, a political battle of that with anybody. So why? Because, in the sagas, in the Poetic Edda, it says, friends can disagree with friends openly, right? So I'll disagree all day long with him, but it doesn't mean that I'm gonna stab him in the back, right? So, and that's the thing is we're all entitled to interpret things differently. Exactly. I mean, there were several people who would help fight with the Vikings that were not of Norse descent, right? Race has absolutely nothing to do with it. It's about what's in here, right? Your character, your heart. The main thing that is taught in the Poetic Edda and taught in the Nine Noble Virtues, right? Don't be shady. Be a man of your word. Be honorable. Don't steal another man's wife. Don't, you know, talk, oh, you're my brother, and turn around and slit his throat when he's sleeping, kind of thing. And that's what the stories and the sagas teach us is how to be men. And that's what Odin teaches us in the Havamalls, how to be a man and how to be strong and how to be a genuine, upstanding person. And that's the thing that you know, that you find in these stories. Strong women, strong men, sometimes even stronger women. And it's beautiful how it all comes together. Yeah, thank you, Starflower. Yeah, Thor and me, you know, us thunder gods have to stick together, right? Or maybe I am Thor. We don't ever know. I do have a red beard, right? You may not even can't see it actually. Let's see, dark copper red beard. Yeah, Druid. If you haven't since you got this nephew upcoming, you know, tell him the stories. I mean, just if you're even if your sister, your brother, whoever is against it, right? Just tell them to him as stories. Read the Havamalta as stories, and he'll catch it onto it, and it'll be amazing, right? Yeah, sticking together. That's yeah, that's an understatement, right? Um, I'm glad that you're here too, Drew. It's awesome for you to come hang out. I have a lot of views on psychedelics. So I don't know if anybody here. Um, I mean, I think maybe if I could talk, that'd be amazing, right? So I watched Gaia. So Gaia just released an episode on a show called Beyond Belief, George Norrie, where they were talking about the healing effects of psychedelics, right? And shamans used to use psychedelics all the time to connect to the gods, and sometimes I feel that it enhances our ability to connect to that divine uh, area, right? And I've never done them. I want to. Um, I would love nothing more than to try DMT and experience what lies beyond my perception of reality, right? I know people talk about seeing like machine elves, right? That's a common thing that people talk about seeing. Geometric patterns of love and light, you know, gods and divine consciousness. Like I heard a story from a guy I worked with, and he said that when he did it, he met two ETs on the other side, and they were like, "Where have you been? We've been looking for you." And he's like, "I don't even know who the hell you are." And he's like, "They're like, we're your family. Where have you been?" And he said that that resonated so hard with him. Like when he pulled back and came out of his experience, he's like, it changed him forever, right? And he said it even helped his intellect. See, I don't view DMT, in my opinion, is not a drug, right? It's a natural thing. We all have DMT already in our brain that you can access through certain breathing exercises, right? Like, there's tons of videos out there. Like, I think it's just like some erratic breathing exercises that'll trigger the flood of DMT in your brain, and it's a scientifically proven fact that when you die, right, in your moments preceding your death, your brain floods with DMT. So technically, when you're dying, you're tripping, uh, hardcore. But are you tripping? I think so. We use so very minimum of our brain. We truly do not understand the human mind and the capacity to where we can say what's right or wrong with the human brain, right? So for all we know, what we see as a flood of DMT could very well just be other aspects of our mind opening up. So well, thank you for being here, Starflower. It's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's pretty deep conversations that I like to get into. This is like a daily thing if you're hanging out with me. I'd love talking about this stuff. So yeah, so for an example, right? Uh, the mushroom. if you take mushrooms, will tell you where it wants to be taken. So if I pop a bunch of mushrooms or a bunch of mushrooms and I go to a, for an example, as this guy said, if I go to a rock concert, the booming of the rock music and everybody there will make me have a bad experience. But if I take the same mushroom in an environment where I'm surrounded by love and kindness and, everybody hoping and songs and, all these different things, and that's where the mushroom wants to be, my experience will be amazing. It'll be eye opening. Yes, you're very right, Starflower. Yeah, the pranayam breath work. I've tried to do it, but for some reason, every time I try to do it, it instantly knocks me the hell out. Like I fall asleep mid meditation. I don't know why, but here recently, every time I meditate, I fall asleep, and I don't know. I'm like maybe the the psychic downloads or whatever is so strong, I just can't handle it. I'm running on low CPU. I have meditated not high, but well, technically I was high. I took a lot of CBD that was super strong. So sort of high, but not high in an illegal way. And it kind of helped relax me a bit. Our experience, right, with psychedelics, I feel, and this is coming from somebody who hasn't had them, but has just talked to people who have. It's all circumstantial. But then again, every spiritual experience that we have is all circumstantial. So, I could go meditate out and in nature with my back against a tree, right, and have probably the best meditation I could possibly ever have. And then I could go meditate in my house and not be able to connect to anything, right? I'm actually working on some guided meditation stuff. Um, I just gotta figure out the right like settings and everything I want for that. So it's like carry on conversation with people's easy, right? And that's the thing with doing a podcast that was so difficult is like when you're trying to just do a podcast by yourself and with just one topic, you kind of start having these moments of like, oh God, I'm running out of stuff to talk about, kind of thing. Or your brain doesn't try to put out the right words that you're wanting to say in a cohesive manner. I'm glad that you like them, Drid. Yeah, full disclosure, I don't listen to my own music, and because I feel like it'd be egotistical for me to do it. Like the most I'll do is when I make it, I'll go put it on my TV and make sure that it looks good on the TV and that the sound is right on the TV and everything, and then I'll cut it off because I just like to make sure that I'm a perfectionist as far as like if it's on a widescreen TV, I want to make sure that it looks good. Uh, and I try to put a lot of weird thoughts into the imagery I use um, on my meditation tracks because I know a lot of people, you know, sometimes just wants it playing in the background or they're like watching it, and I try to make it where it's visually appealing. No, I'll take that back. The one I have listened to was my Thor one, and the one I've listened to recently was my Thunder God one. Now I'm curious, Starflyer, if you got the same interpretation off of that trip as I just did reading it. What was the biggest thing that Alice did in that moment? She outgrew everything. She transcended it. She became too big for it, right? It became her. She transcended all that stuff, just like you have. Lucid dreaming. I have done that a few times. I just don't remember how to do it. I can remote view though. That's one thing I know how to do. I can shouldn't say this on a public platform. See, I'm too comfortable. Oh, so that's cool. So yeah, so your guide told you exactly what I got just from reading that. That's pretty cool. I swear if I have to clear my throat one more time. The closest thing I think I've ever had, as far as probably the most intense meditation, I've had a few that I think would have been the equivalent of being on drugs, I guess, or any form of psychedelic was. One time I was listening to twice. Let me share two experiences. One time I was listening to Starseed meditation for Cirrus, and my mind transported me to a different place. It was like a planet, and it almost looked like the desert, right? And it wasn't hot. It looked hot, but the sand was kind of cold, And I remember seeing a bunch of beings walking around and triangle-shaped UFOs and stuff. And I have tons of stuff like I see a lot in my dreams, like it looks like alien writing, and I actually have them written down on a sheet of paper over here. Um, that I see a lot in my dreams. So that meditation happened, and then one time I was in a meditation, and it was really interesting. It was a very profound one because I went outside of my body, was looking at myself, but when I looked at myself, my body split in half, right? Like, and I could see the universe within myself, and then in the whole concept of the thing was the universe is within me and I am within the universe, and it's all one coexistent thing, right? And the universe exists within every single person, right? We're all source, we're all gods, we're all divine entities that's created that all connect in a hive mind aspect that transcend beyond what we understand now. And it was a really interesting thing, an experience to have. So statue of Thor on the altar. So good statue. See, that's awesome. Sometimes you'll get messages and stuff like that about things that you need to add to your altars and stuff through various different things. I mean, I had an incident when doing woodworking. I was making a rune set because I hand carve all my runes except one set that I do have. And when I carved them out and drew the runes on it and set it on the altar that I was fixing to make for it too, it started crackling. Like you can hear, like it's like electricity inside of it crackling, and it was so weird because it blew my mind. I didn't understand it at the time. Yeah, I have a lot of weird meditative experiences, and then there's a a mantra by Sadhguru, but he does with the Sounds of Isha thing, and it's the Yogeshwara mantra. It's like instantly trance meditation, like right then and there. So if you make an altar, Starflower, make sure that you do it based on what you feel called to do. They will guide you on what they like and what they'll want. Now get some sleep, Druid. Thank you for being here, and welcome to the moderation team. Get some rest, bud. Take care as well. And making an altar is a very spiritual process in itself. So it just takes a lot of time to kind of sort it out. Like for me, I took the time to hand carve everything, and I wouldn't recommend you always having to do that. I also did a lot of the wood burning on my stuff too, but um, yeah, the moon rituals are always fun. Moon, um, I don't know how much of a remote place that you live in, but if you do full moon gazing, right, or at least a new moon gaze kind of thing, um, there's like some kind of ritual thing that you can do with water, like you can bathe yourself in water and that you've left in the moon or something. It's I'm gonna have to find the process of it, but it's like super crazy powerful. I did it a long time ago, and I remember it was like my psychic like what I viewed as psychic and abilities were through the freaking roof at the time after doing it. There is something that you can do. I've done it a lot. So you can create your own sensory deprivation tank, right? So go into, and I did this when I was a lot when I was like 17. So get a bath, draw a bath. You can do cold water. People recommend you do cold water. I don't. Because I prefer the warm water because it gives you more of a calming effect just in case because you are like treading into an area that is like a little weird. And if you watch Stranger Things, they use this method ironically in that show, and it does work. Um, you can add Himalayan pink salt in it is what I would recommend for the protection aspect of it, or you can just do it with straight water. So that's what I do. There's no need to add salt or anything. Um, keep crystals by you. If there's certain things that you want to allow in, certain things you want to allow out. Um, cut all the lights off and black out your bathroom. Obviously, put a towel and everything where it's within reach, where you know where it is, so you're not gonna like trip over a toilet and like break your neck or something. Um, and then submerge yourself in the water. Submerge everything in. If you can tolerate everything, like but your nose or like as far as like your ears or whatever, and light an incense in there, but have no light whatsoever, and just float in the water. Just sit there, meditate, focus on your breathing, focus on your heartbeat, and you will have an intense experience that I would highly recommend anybody try at least once or twice. So it's pretty crazy to do. I've had friends do it and they've came out crying. I had one of them went in there with, skepticism and saw a bunch of stuff that scared him to death. And then I had one that went in with, you know, a desire to do something else, like, with love and everything, and had an amazing experience. Yeah, it's a sensory deprivation thing. I know that the Native Americans used to do something like that where they would submerge themselves in a river or something for like a certain amount of time during the nighttime and would see different things and experience different things. And ironically, the person that told me about this, believe it or not, was my father. That's the crazy part. How he knows? It's beyond me. But it's a fun thing to try. I'm just too tall for the majority amount of bathtubs. So when I try to like lay down, it's basically I'm in like a backwards fetal position. I've yet to find a bathtub that I'm like that's big enough for me to like stretch my legs out in. Yeah, give it a try because I mean, if you have an amazing experience on it, I want to know because it's uh it's always been a profound way of being able to do anything. I mean, it's a very simple thing, you know. You don't have to pay any money, right, to do it. You just fill the tub up, you know. My allergies are like crazy. It went from being like 80 degrees here to like 60 during the day and like 30 at night, like like that. And so my allergies are like, what the hell is going on? One day I will find a bathtub big enough. I mean, hell, one day I'm just gonna have to buy a pool, like a little kiddie pool, throw it out in the backyard on a day where it's like not 30 degrees outside in the middle of the dark. That would be amazing to do it beneath the stars, though. I didn't think about that. Thank you for that one. I want to try that now. Yeah, if I could do a sensory deprivation and only have nothing but the stars as my light, that would be intense. I think I would be abducted that day. Like no crap. Like my brain would like transcend. You are. Am I human? I'm not sure. I could be an alien that just looks like a human. Welcome to the chat, though, Ridman. How are you today? Or tonight, wherever you are? I swear to God, I've been abducted by aliens like at least so many times. Like, if I had $1 for every time I woke up with half of my body on my nightstand and the rest of my body on my bed, like they just gave up midway. And there's like a window right next to my bed, like so there's my bed and a nightstand, and behind my nightstand is a window. And it's like they just got tired. They're like, just screw it. We're not putting him back in bed. He'll figure it out. And they just leave me hanging halfway on. I mean, you got to think some of these aliens are tiny, little weak arms. We don't know. Or they're just having a bad day, and that telepathic strain, powers getting weak. It's just like we're just gonna just drop him and go. Just drop him and go. Just drop him and run. I appear to be human. Or could I be an android? I could be an android written. We don't know. We don't know. I do glitch a lot sometimes. But it's weird though. It's like the same day that that happened. Um, my salt lamp, ironically, that's always on, was off, even though it was in the on position. When I cut it off and cut it back on, it was working. And then when I walked into my office, which is where all this is, my LED light that was off was on, and now the thing never cuts off, like ever. It always keeps this awkward, weird glow to it. And I've tried doing different stuff, like using it as almost like a communication object kind of thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, somebody here, and then it will cut off and come back on. And like it's on right now. Like here, let's see if I can actually show you. Let's see if you can actually see this. Let's see, I'll pick you guys up here. That's it. That never cuts off, and it's always that color, all the time. It just never cuts off. So it's like an opposite color light than anything else I have in. I think this is a little further over. I think that was about where it was, right? Maybe. Yeah, it's on all the damn time. Like, and it's there has been a time where it changed colors. It was purple at one point, but now it's more like this weird green color. That color alien. Yeah, it could have been that color alien. I never know. Light green ETs. I'm cool if they. I'm cool if they show up. I don't. Really, I'll eat dinner with one. I'll ask them what they want to eat. Offer them some ice cream. You know. Well, that just scared the shit out of me. So I'm sitting here talking. I have blackout curtains over here, and as soon as I started addressing the fact that there are ETs here, that curtain just fell off for like no reason. So yeah, that's a little weird. So yeah, and the blinds are even moving. There's no airflow in that direction. Like all the fans in here are like blowing at me. So yeah, that was weird. What the hell was that? Like, don't tell me we're gonna start having some like ET events. Like, while I'm in a live stream here, I'm like, oh, so now y'all want to show up, right? Like, this would be one hell of a disclosure event, wouldn't it? Like, I was sitting there watching it, and it just went, and I was like, what the hell? Like, I couldn't even help. My damn jaw dropped. Like, I'm still puzzled. Now the blinds aren't moving over there at all. They were just like swaying like a son of a bitch. I just stopped. So weird. Yeah, no, I don't get freaked out by it. It's just it was shocking just to see it, like, because I'm sitting here looking at you guys, and then all of a sudden I just see it out the corner of my eye. Like, I was just like, what the hell? What the hell just happened? Ugh, shit. All right, Dad, or Mom, or whoever the hell. It's always eventful here. I also live on a ley line too, so according to the geological stuff here, there's a ley line that goes right up under my house. I did mention them a lot, yeah. There's one time I was talking about it, about Enlil one time, and there was an object sitting across in that direction, kind of. but it was on my. I have like a bookshelf kind of shelf thing over this way, and it just flung off out of nowhere. But it was like during a time where I was like annoyed with talking about Enlil all the time. But it's funny. It could be. Now, what would really be trippy is if the one behind me started doing something in the middle of the live stream. So, if you guys see something, you'll let me know, because that was like one weird paranormal experience or whatever experience that was, just randomly out of nowhere. It's exactly how he would work. You know that as well as I do. He would just throw things instead of talking to me. He'd rather scare the hell out of me than show up to me face to face and talk. It's just how he works. But then again, knowing him, he's probably like laughing on the other side, and I can't see him. I'm like, what is the odds of I'm like talking about this light, and then all of a sudden that thing just happens, and then all of a sudden I hear like a crickle sound like move across my room, like something's running. Yeah, I mean, if y'all see anything paranormal behind my shoulder or something that I don't see, if it happens, point it out. Screenshot it if you have to. Like that's definitely gonna be interesting because I'm definitely gonna want to see that. Yeah, it was such a weird thing. I love how a live stream eventually turns into like a paranormal event. Like, all right, what's gonna happen next? Thank you, Ridvan. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's probably one of my most famous videos out there. Seeing stuff now. No, I want him to show up. It'd be to me, it'd be epic because I'm like, we're all here. We're all like, let's go, let's do it. Let's have some fun, man. The camera's on you, the spotlight. Let's roll. There's been so many times where I have been tempted. I'm not gonna lie, because my webcam here has 4K capability. I just tone it down usually. I want to take this one day outside and like point it at the stars. It's like kind of like see if maybe I can pick up any stars or whatever, and like do a live event outside with my keyboard and everything and the music and just play music underneath the stars kind of thing and live stream the whole thing and just enjoy it. But one day I'm going to do that. It's just going to take some planning on the right time and settings to do it. So. Oh yeah, I hope they're with me. Yeah, that's for dang sure. And Lil likes to toy with me. He really does. He's a a loving thorn in my side. I'll probably do that. I'll probably do it and make it like I don't know, like a 6, 7, 8 hour thing. Just go out there right before the sun starts going down, capture the sunset, and then just capture the night sky as it goes on, and play music, and hang out and chat with everybody while everything's going on and just keep it going for a while. That sounds like a really good idea. I might schedule something like that. It's got to work out the details. Once I do that, and I'm probably going to post like the live event for it. That would be awesome to do. Maybe do it the same day as I do the collab with Angelic Mystic, you know? Have it like a big old Memer's Well event, right? Bring everybody on, talk to everybody, you know? Just hang out and have a good time. That'd be a fun event to have. Has that thing opened wider? It looks wider than it was. Maybe it's just me. Maybe my eyes are just playing tricks on me. I just hope this thing would be able to capture the stars. No, actually, well, I used to. I don't use it. I use Discord for everything. That's how I connect with people now. It does look wider at the bottom. That's the thing I was thinking about because I was like looking at it and I was like, that looks a lot wider than it was just a second ago. I'm watching. I see y'all. I see y'all. I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention. I got my eye on you guys. I got my eye on you. About what I'd call an event like that, right? A Memer's Well, a Night Under the Stars, or something like that, or Into the Night, or something. I don't know. I have to come up with some kind of catchy thing and put a shit out there, pretty much. Try to write some cool shamanic and synthy stuff, maybe. Kind of blend both worlds, make it like a synthwave shamanic event. I don't know. I don't know how I would do that. I'm sure I could though. Have to look into it. So luckily I have two webcams. So I have one that's integrated on my laptop and then this main one, which is a Logitech 4K Brio or whatever it is called. And so technically I could cut both on and use both the cameras so you could see me and this guy at the same time. I think I might do that. I might schedule that for next weekend actually. Let me see. I'll look into it. Because I think that'd be really awesome to do. Plus, the cold temperatures outside would prevent my laptop from overheating, so that'd be another awesome feature of that. And I do have a keyboard stand, so I could just take it out there, chill, and make music. Yeah, no, just make it. If you feel threatened like that, I would highly recommend just making a new one. What I'll do is I'll take the Memers Well Discord link, right? And I'm gonna add it to the description of this live video. So let me do that. So that way, when you make one, you can come back and find it. So let me do this. If it'll let me do it. Edit. Ta-da! So when you go back and look into the description of this live event, um, you'll see the Discord link. So when you make one, you can join. Of course, yeah. Like I said, I would like to bring people on and just kind of like a radio talk show chat, hang out kind of thing. You know, have like a call in section or something maybe. No, just all hang out, talk, and just live stream, chilling out under the stars. It'd be awesome to talk about some esoteric and starseed stuff and listen to some music and make some music, and it'd be an awesome event. So eventually it'd be awesome to hold like a massive like event where like everybody comes together in person, and I hook all my stuff up to some like massive speakers, kind of like a rave almost, but a spiritual rave, I guess, and play it and all just hang out and just, you know, enjoy ourselves, have a good time. That's my goal one day. So once we ever hit that massive, you know, following, that big part, you know, over 50,000 maybe, um, I'll consider doing something like that. I would love to take it somewhere like a different country, like not a different country, but somewhere like the Midwest, you know, where they have like a lot of ET events. That'd be awesome to do out in the middle of like a field or something. I have so many plans for this channel. I'm also looking into getting into cinema scoring, like so writing music for movies and stuff. So I've been trying to study that. It's actually one of my things right now in my college semester for this semester. I have a class called Introduction to Film, so I'm going to take that and see if it's something I really want to consider doing, and if I feel like it's calling to me a lot harder, maybe teach myself how to write music for movies and stuff too. Because there's been a few of them I'm like, this could definitely go into a movie. I know, right? A spiritual way, yeah, spiritual. I guess, swear to God, I can talk. Spiritual rave would be awesome, man. Like, next thing you know, ET's out there jamming, you know, some spirits walking through, hanging out. You know, you don't ever know what'll come out of that. Psychic, you know, abilities through the roof. You know, it'd be epic. I also, by next week, will have faster Wi-Fi, so that will definitely help everything. So I'm scared. I'm getting rid of currently I have Spectrum, so I'll be going straight to fiber optic stuff, which makes everything so much faster. And so it'll be an amazing time to do that too. I just need to test out this webcam and make sure that if I point it at something like the stars, that it can capture it. I mean, no, my luck, I'm gonna like hold this outside event, right? And we're filming it, and all of a sudden UFOs will be caught flying over the thing, which would still be awesome. So Paul's going, yeah, yeah. I mean, you think, all right, so if you take an event, right? They do this sort of kind of anyway with like ET stuff, but take an event, you take a bunch of clairvoyant people, take a bunch of people with psychic and medium abilities, and then you take people who mess with binaural stuff like I do and different musics, and you put them all of us together in one place and you hold an event, some serious stuff will go down. Like you gotta think like something's bound to happen in that event. That's gonna be like transcendental, you know. And I would love to see something like that. I think it'd be epic. We went through like 2 bottles of water since I went and got this. I guess my second one. Technically, this would be my fourth or fifth one since starting the live stream. We're almost 4 hours into this live stream, and there's so much still to talk about. Like, I could do this all day. Aliens will probably, yes. I've got so many videos. Here, hold on. I'll show you. Let me show you a video. Um, let's see if I can capture this window here. Nope. That sucks. What about video, maybe? Let's get rid of the audio. I don't like hearing my voice, which is weird. You would think I would, right? Da, 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 da. Hmm. It's really weird. Typically it would. Hmm. I don't know why this hasn't been working lately. I don't remember how I did this last time. Give me just a second. Switch me here. Take me off the big screen. Let's go. There we go. I'm small. Oh no. Come get eaten, guys. Oh no. Alright. Alrighty. So let's try doing. Let's do display capture. Sure, why not? Alright. But we're gonna drag it down here. Okay. Boom, here I am. Here you are. So I'm gonna mute this for the sake of hearing my voice because I don't feel like hearing it. So this is a UFO that I saw. If you look right about here, you can tell it's like a triangle shaped object almost, and it changes colors over and over and over again. And it's flying directly above this cell tower initially. And what's really funny is I saw it riding down the road, and I was like, this is a UFO, let it turn green. And that became the primary color that it was for the entire time. And it just flew kind of in that one spot, just chilling out. Show you this video. It's just sitting there, just hanging out. It is weird. Oh no, there's two of me. Let's see. Let me get rid of my other self here. There we go. Couldn't imagine there being two of me in the world. Yeah, I see them a lot. Primarily the triangle ones. I had one almost land in my backyard. And if my mom was still alive, we had an interesting event too. Like, so I was standing outside talking to her, and I vaped at the time. I don't vape or smoke anything anymore, but I was walking outside on the phone with her, um, and my phone started glitching like really bad, like when I was on the phone with her, and I saw like it looked like a star, right? So the star was like kind of descending in the corner over here of my backyard, coming straight down, and started getting brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter. And I was like, oh shit, this thing's like fixing to land in my damn backyard. Like, holy shit. Like, it was coming right to me. Like, hey, what's going on, man? Like, how's your mama and them, you know, kind of thing. And I was like, I was on the phone with her. And I was like, Mom, holy shit. Like, let me call you right back. So I hung up with her and I was like, seriously, the ego self, right? Like, the part of myself that's like, I want to show people this, which I've had to learn, like, I got to get out of that unless I feel like I'm allowed to show people is when I start trying to like film it. There's sometimes where I feel like don't do it. So I tried to take my phone out and film it, and as soon as I did, my phone froze up. Like I couldn't get it, and then it flew off, and it happened instantly. And then as soon as it flew off, all of a sudden there was another one coming over the backside of my house, coming down doing the same thing, and I was on the phone with her again. And then while I was on the phone with her, you could hear somebody else talking to like in our phone call, but it was not definitely not human. It was definitely not a human language, and you heard it like it's very staticky and it's like a bunch of like alien language. It's kind of just weird. Is the only thing I can explain it as. And me and her were like, "What the hell is going on?" And like we're screaming at each other, trying to communicate over the voice that keeps like going on the phone. And we hang up and call each other back, and we're like, "What the hell just happened?" Right? Like, did that really just happen? So, not so long after that, I went to go get food in town. I was coming back, and I saw one following my car, and I was like, "Screw this," you know, like I'm gonna turn the car around and go follow it. So as soon as I did, every ounce of electronics in my car cut off, and my car was still running, but none of the electronics were working, and my engine was just wailing like and all the electronics were gone. So I drove back, pulled up to my house, cut it off, cut it back on, worked fine. Walked outside in the backyard, and the UFO is sitting in the backyard, like towards my house. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of helicopters start flying towards it, and then it takes off. Then, God, I've got so many stories. Then one day I'm riding through downtown about this time of day, like the sun's starting to kind of go down, but it's still bright. And then I see something that looks like it's bright. It's stadium lights kind of go off in like a V, like dun 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 dun. And then you could see a black craft tilt like this. All these bright lights that were so bright that they were blinding you in the daytime, and it just take off. Yeah, this entire live stream will still be available um, on the channel, so you will be able to always go back and watch this whole thing all over again. It's always going to be there. I don't take them down because sometimes I'm shocked how many people will sit through 4.5, 5 hours of me just talking and actually have something to say after all of this. So yeah, it was a crazy experience. Um, I've had them where they fly over my house all the time in the middle of the night. Um, I've had them fly over, hit like shine like a weird blue like flash over my head. And one time it happened, and I think I got radiation poisoning because my hair started to thin out a little bit, and I don't have that problem naturally. Like I have really fucking thick hair, so my hair started thinning out. I started feeling sick, and then I developed like a rash on my arm, which are all the signs of radiation exposure. And then yeah, I've had so many weird experiences, like crazy. Like I could really write a book on all my experiences. I mean, it was well. So here's the kicker: it's messed up. However, um, it fixed something else, if I remember. Like I felt better like a few days after that. With like I think I was getting like headaches or something a lot, and then I don't deal with them as much now. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy experiences. There was a time that I tried to do CE5 stuff. Um, my throat's gonna be shot by the time I'm done finally clearing my throat after all these allergies. There was a time I was doing CE5 stuff, and I was focusing primarily on Alnilam, which is the center star of the Orion Belt. And it usually sits like right here in my backyard, and I can always see Sirius, and then I can always see the Pleiades star system like clear as day. And then I always have Cassiopeia in the same spot, and I always have um, Urus Major, which is the Big Dipper, in the same spot. And then it was like this weird thing that kind of came out of Anolim, glowed a little bit, shined, and then just kind of faded out. But a lot of times I can stand outside, and I've had witnesses to this. Like you'll just see them start shooting out of one spot in the sky, going just multiples of them at one time. And you would think that these are a meteor shower, or these are something else plane. So I started tracking them through Flight 24, which is like a live plane tracking app. It's nothing. They're not on there. And then meteor showers, a meteor's not going to come out and turn left and then take off and then stop and then move like these do. So there's definitely a portal like in this vicinity. And then the cardinal directions of my house, like my front door is always facing east. Well, when you're standing there, um, but if I go back tomorrow and I check it, it's not facing east, and so it's always changing directions on the compass here. So it's pretty interesting stuff. I mean, just the amount of stuff I've seen here is just. We have skinwalkers out here, um, cryptids, all sorts of different stuff. There's something I was gonna say. Totally forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, it changes a lot. So what's really weird about this house, and it's so strange. So when I found this house, I was looking for a place to move into. This house had no pictures, right? And I would have never have typically been like, let me go look at a house that has no damn pictures. So I went, looked at the house, and I was like, okay, I want it. Like I've been here for 6, 7 years now. So I was like, yeah, I want to move into this house. So I worked for myself as like a self-employed contractor for like a while. I was making like pretty good money. And I used to, as part of a contractor to get jobs, I had to do background checks on myself constantly and submit the paperwork into the companies I was doing work for. So when I did the background check, this is before I submitted a down payment. This is before I put in an application for this house, anything. the house showed up on my background report that I lived here. And when I moved in, typically places that you move into ask for like, proof of, income, yada yada yada. I didn't get asked for shit when I moved in here. They didn't ask for none of it. And it was such a weird experience. And then now I'm facing all of this stuff, and I'm like, this is so weird. Like, it's eerie, weird. Like, it don't make sense. And everywhere I have lived in the past 13 years has always been next to a helicopter pad ran by the army. So, I don't know. It's just some weird coincidence. I lived out in the middle of the country prior to living here, next to a damn army military helicopter pad. I lived on 4.5 acres of land, nothing but woods. I had a creek that ran under my driveway, kind of thing. And if I pulled out of my neighborhood, took a right, like a military helicopter pad. When I lived back out in the country, a few years prior to that, military helicopter pad was down the road from me again, and I lived out in the middle of a freaking cornfield. Like, it was bad. Like, I was just like, what the hell? And then now, same thing. I go down the street, cross the barbed wire fence, oddly enough, and then there's a military helicopter pad. So, there's a lot of weird things. It's too coincidental to be, or too weird to be coincidence, I guess. Yeah, it's too weird to be coincidental. Just like that damn curtain falling at the time I was talking about this light was too weird to be coincidental. I'm still trying to figure out what that was about over there. I'm definitely gonna have to do some meditative digging on this one, because there's like no reason that should happen. Welcome back, Starflow. So I'm actually fixing to take a quick break. I've been going for 4 hours now, and I am human, so I have to run to the restroom. The Angelic Mystic will fill you in on it. I'm sure she will. So I'll be right back. I think all those bottles of water finally caught up to me. Um, and I had to fix my curtain. So hopefully it stays up. We will see. If it drops again, I don't know. Yeah, no, we were talking about some of the past places I've lived, like how they've always been around the military helicopter pads, and how weird it was when I moved into this house because it like showed up on a background check prior to me living here. And I see so much paranormal, extraterrestrial activity out here compared to most things. Yeah, yeah, I'm totally down for that. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, I know. Hey. So something I like to do every live stream. Let's see if this music program will close out. Just a second. That's the wrong one. Actually, didn't mean to hit that button. So I like to always hang out and pull these cards. This is like one of my favorite things because somehow, ironically, my ear hurts. They're always eerily accurate. I don't know why, but they usually say what needs to be said. And I don't remember when I started using these in the live streams actually. Um, it's been a bit. These things are massive though. Like ran out of places to shuffle. Desk is full of stuff. These have such a interesting all these crystals are in my way. They have such an interesting message every time though. They're always like straight to the point. Yeah, no, I mean it's like it doesn't give the dimensions. These things are at least about 7, 8 inches long, and then about 5, 6 inches wide. Like they're pretty big. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm always open for stuff. Yeah, well, you just jumped out, didn't you? All right, well, that one apparently needs to be out. Things are like books, right? Like, so I'm never gonna fight it if it jumps out because I'm just like, okay, you want it to be known and wanted your message out, so we're just gonna use it, right? With these, you can't get that nice little ASMR shuffle, like sort of can. Not that often where I actually get to do stuff like this. I do rune readings, but there's a lot of politics around how people read runes too. So same way with tarot, I guess too. But we'll see. All right. So every time I use these, there's always a message, right? And it usually kind of goes card by card by card. So in this one, there is 5 cards, right? And I'm going to go through what every single one of these are and the meaning behind it. And collectively, they are difficult to shuffle. Yeah, they're a nightmare to shuffle. Then we'll go through collectively and talk about how we interpret them and who they apply to, right? Because it's like a collective thing, I guess. Is what I always call it anyway. So this is the Chintamani Mahakala, right? So if you're familiar with Hinduism, this is like a version of like a Kali, but in Buddhism, right? I love the artwork. Like, it's tattoo worthy almost. So on the back means abundance, right? And then it gives you a mantra right here, and says Om, right? So the mantra for this would be Om. Yeah, I'll do like a introductory rune reading thing after this to show you how it goes. So, the meaning behind this card. It says, realize that you are not rich unless everyone around you is also rich. In this Thanga, the Mahakala manifests with a ferocious smile as the guardian of wealth and prosperity. His message, genuine wealth is achieved through generosity. His gift is compassionate vision as a freedom from the impoverishing, yeah, I haven't talked today, attachments. So basically, giving away all that we achieve mentally, spiritually, and materially, we are born renewed in the Buddha field, vast abundance and free of avarice and fear. Chintamani Mahakala's realm of abundance will become your reality. Manifest the Chintamani Mahakala, granting wishes to every single being you meet on your path through life. This is the true wisdom, freedom, and true wealth. So, basically, abundance is only out, you only receive abundance if you, give compassion and love and, and all of these different things, because you have to give all that you are spiritually, mentally, and materially. And then that's when we truly become, a Buddha, right? It's when we seriously become, full, loving, selfless, you know, and that's what we have to do. And to me, like if you look, yeah, he looks fearful, right? Like you'd be scared of this if it showed up to you, but he's smiling even though he's got sharpened teeth, which means we as people are afraid to do that, right? And I think that it's important that we go against our fears and go against the grain and go do these things that are required of us. And that's when you develop the true knowledge of compassion, right? So the second card is the White Tara. On the back, it shows her mantra, and it means active compassion. So you compare these two, what are we getting? You're kind of getting the same story. What I just said, this card basically tells you is it's a step into being compassion, right? Being compassionate. It says savoress is what the White Tara is. She's like the female saver, the female Buddha, right? The supreme protectress, bestower of longevity, fulfiller of earthly desires, and the mother of all Buddhas. This great Bodhisattva of compassion is here to awaken the heart of loving kindness in all beings. The goddess Tara sprang from the congealed tears shed by the Amitabha. Probably at the moment he was to enter into his nirvana, and instead looked back at all those that he would leave behind. Connect with this great protector and preserver of life. Chant Om Tara Tu Tara, Ture, Swaha, and manifest yourself as a White Tara, a mother to all, and you will become the healing lotus to a suffering world. So, there's kind of like I said, it's like every time I use these cards, it's like a book, right? It's like back to back. So, start giving away of these earthly things. Stop being afraid, right? And truly start to understand there's a bigger picture ahead, right? And then that also falls into compassion. Become the healing mother, right? Help other people, help the suffering of the world as much as you possibly can, and have compassion on those who are also suffering, because we're all suffering, right? Now, this is gonna also, it's funny how this works, because it's like back to back to back, because you remember how I told you this one is, you're gonna be afraid to do this, right? It's very scary looking. Now you have this, the Yamantaka, the slayer of fear, right? So I'll read to you what it says on the back and its meaning and how I perceive it in this reading. Okay. Like a resurrected sacrificial beast, this seemingly wrathful deity directs his transcendental rage against the forces of death and the dissolution as the all-powerful. Diamond-like destroyer of death, allow the wisdom of his bull-headed slayer of fear into your life, and come to understand that the impermanence of the material world. By truly knowing that one day each of us will die, you may become more sweetly cherish each moment, and come to realize that death is just another doorway. Embracing the knowledge of life's temporary nature, we stare boldly in the face of death. Now, this ties also into the rest of the message, like all this isn't is it's temporary, right? It's this body that I have, just a temporary vessel. I'm gonna die, come back as something else, or this is just gonna rot away at one point. Why are you afraid? Don't be afraid. There's no reason to be afraid, right? I mean, why should we be why should we be afraid of being compassionate, right? Why should we be afraid of helping somebody else and giving unto other people? There's no reason for us to feel afraid. Um, we just need to realize that, remember, this life, it's not forever, and we have one chance right now in this life and in this incarnation to help other people. We should take that chance, right? And be a healing tool that we need to be for others. I'll be damned. This is gonna be some interesting, because if any of you tracked what I've posted for the past few days, I posted a Tara video, right? We have another Tara. So this is the second Tara card that we have, that we've gotten today. Gentle wisdom. Out of the tears of compassion, White Tara, the goddess of active compassion, was born, ensuring your well-being. Manifest yourself as White Tara and realize if you are compassionate, you have no other choice than choosing to be free from all suffering. So you will no longer suffer. You will no longer feel suffering, internal suffering, or struggle, or all these things, if you just act with compassion, right? Take your ego out of it, because being compassionate is what? Removing the ego, right? And focusing on other people. If you look at her, she's got her palms out, right? She got her right hand open. If I remember, it's like the hand of receiving, no, the hand of giving. You know, she's giving love. I mean, gentle wisdom, you know, only through compassion can we become free from all suffering. Now, the final card, unless I feel otherwise that I should pull something else. The video I just released not a few days ago. The Green Tara. This is 3 Taras. My fan is blowing the card, so I'm gonna. Here we go. A blending of white, yellow, and blue, colors which symbolize pacifying, increasing, and destroying, fuse to reveal and radiate the Green Tara. The Cosmic Mother is always ready to come to your rescue from the 8 great terrors. She is the great protectress against all harm and ill will, just as a child is fearless in the presence of the Divine Mother. Lead your life free of fear. The material world is nothing more than a delusion. The material world is nothing more than a delusion. That's intense. And it's really funny. It's because the message of this is just one consistent thing, right? It's not sporadically jumping all over the place. It's the one continuous thing. If we step out of the concept of materialism, we step out of this concept of this egotistical self, right? We will become more compassionate and more willing to help of other people, and no longer feel this, what am I getting in return, right? That like, oh, I want to hold on to my possessions. Oh, I want to hold on to this. We have to transcend all of this, because we are the healing hands of the ones who need us, right? And it's just, that's the way that this message is rolling out, right? We got to stop being afraid to let those walls down, to to allow ourselves to step in that direction to help other people. And a lot of people are too afraid to do it, right? Well, what if they're just, moochers and they're not doing their part, or what if they're just what? That's none of your business, right? If they are, they are. Only should you ever care is if it becomes toxic, right? If it becomes too toxic for you to deal with, then obviously peacefully part your ways. But you did your part, right? And it's a lesson for you. You're becoming selfless in your acts of giving, you know. So this was an amazing message. The fact that we got 3 Taras, Tara 3 times out of this, like, yeah, it's crazy. Put those to the side. Let's see if there's an additional thing that wants to come out. It's crazy. Like I said, these things work so freaking weirdly accurate. Like, they'll call you out. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I've never had her actually come out. I think maybe once. So the world is nothing but a delusion, she says. My favorite Buddha. I have this as a necklace, actually. Um, I have this medicine Buddha pendant, and it's got his mantra. Flip it around in the back. And this is made out of like glass. It's a medicine Buddha. My favorite Buddha. The one I love to work with the most during meditations and stuff. Rejuvenation. So, I'll tell you what it says. The healing Buddha holds in his right hand a sprig of aurora. So if you look, he's holding it in his hand right there. From which most of the Tibetan medicine is compounded. In his left hand, he holds a bowl containing 3 forms of nectar that cures diseases and resurrects the dead and counteracts aging and illuminates the mind. This Bodhisattva's aim is to heal the spirit of our physical bodies exist merely within the framework of time. When we recognize that the whole world is held by Mara, which is like a delusion, right? The Matrix kind of thing. When we realize that our physical condition too is largely a product of our own individual perception, true healing can begin when we discover that we are linked with the larger forces of the universe. Our bodies are a part of the universal body. Our mind is an aspect of the universal mind. Awaken the divine healer within and realize that sickness can make the body unwell, but it is never the real you. So, but he says here in this card that we have the ability to make this body what it is. Our minds and our souls and our very being can change and alter things, alter this reality. And that's what's important for us to understand is, if we address issues physically with ourselves, like, okay, I have a hard time talking today, right? Like my throat is sore. It's from all the talking. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, well, Is it really from the talking, or is it just from the over, like expressing yourself and overly talking? Right, that's my throat chakra because it's hurting right here, where my throat chakra is. So when we address these health issues that we could have, right, like if you have stomach problems, it's your solar plexus, right? Other issues could be like sacral. If you have migraines, it could be your crown or your third eye kind of thing. And sometimes our ailments are things that we need to focus on, like the emotion code, right? Sometimes our unresolved emotions manifest themselves into ailments to get us to finally pay attention to that specific chakra. So we're realizing that the world. Okay. So realizing that the world is nothing more than a delusion. It's fake. It's a matrix. And you know, that if I have a sickness, it's not me, right? It's never the real me. My body transcends all of this world, all of this reality, all of that exists. You know, it's kind of like the meditation thing I had where the universe is within me and I am within the universe, and it's all one cohesive, moving thing, right? And the mantra, it's not even included on this, but I know it by heart. And the reason I know it by heart is because when I had COVID the first time, it was bad. Like I couldn't breathe out of my nose. I couldn't do nothing. And I listened to the mantra for a while. And anytime I'm in a situation where I feel nervous, right, or I feel sick, or I feel unsure, I can throw myself into an instant meditative trance from just saying the mantra in my head over and over again. And the mantra is Teata Om Bekinze Maha Bekinze Raje Samudgate. And when you say it over and over and over again, you feel an instant warmth that's like instantly there. And it instantly calls to you. And it calms you down, makes you feel better, works wonders. It's crazy how effective it is. K Dog, what's going on? You got COVID too, huh? Yeah, well, I don't have it, but my dad and my stepmother have it at the moment. I love how the people who didn't get it when it first came out are somehow just now getting it. It's kind of like a weird conspiracy. I hope you're doing good though. COVID was ironically, I was just talking about COVID, and it was a beast to deal with the first time anyway. The second time, I just felt like I had a never-ending headache for like a week. See, I can't do tarot stuff. Tarot cards confuse the hell out of me because there's so many damn interpretations. It's very similar with runes, right? Um, there's some parts about it I can remember. It's just because I don't use them that often. Um, my mind kind of fizzles. I will tell you, um, the COVID vaccine thing and me, I got it because I was kind of had my arm twisted to get it because of work at the time. And then I ended up getting a medical waiver because I'm severely allergic to the COVID vaccine and it almost killed me. So uh, it prompted me having to go to an immune auto, like a not an autoimmune, an immunologist, and figure out what the hell happened. And I'm allergic to something called PEG and polysorbate, which is like a massive thing in the COVID vaccine and like a bunch of other vaccines. So yeah, so it like raised my blood pressure really high. My heart rate was like ridiculous, and then my throat started closing up, and then I had like chest pains for like a good week and a half, 2 weeks after that. So, and the thing is I knew for a fact I fought like hell about that because I something told me like in my gut I was like I do not want to have to get this shot, and it wasn't so much of like being I'm not afraid of needles. Obviously, I got tattooed, but it's like I don't I don't want to get it because and I almost got it ironically out of all fucking places. Publix, grocery store was doing them for free, and almost did it there. And then something was like, no, you just need to go to the urgent care place for some reason. So I went to the urgent care place, and when it happened, they like stabbed me in the ass cheek with like two different types of medicine and prevented me from having to, you know, die, I guess. But I felt like I was having a heart attack for like the good. Well, and I'm convinced because when my mom passed, she passed for other reasons, but all of her ailments kind of came together at once and unfortunately took her out. But they said that her heart was enlarged and she was had a leak in her heart. And ironically, that's one of the things that the COVID vaccines do. She had all of them, and basically, she suffered from like a whole bunch of different issues. Like it was just ridiculous. Basically, if you saved her from one thing, another thing was gonna kill her too. So she, you know, it was a double-edged sword, unfortunately, at that point. My dad is natural immunity. My stepmother is, and they just got it, and they're over it like that. But I'm like, they went this long, they didn't mask or anything, and still never caught it until just recently. Yeah, the medicine Buddha matcha starflower is amazing. There's another meditation channel, Meditative Mind. He has a really good one, and he has it's also paired up with like a frequency that also helps kind of helps you out with as far as like healing goes. So it's pretty good. I'm allergic to a whole bunch of crap though, according to this doctor. I knew for a long time I was allergic to silver. Well, not silver, but the nickel in silver, and I'm allergic to titanium, which is really weird. Like, when I was younger, I had a necklace. It was a silver necklace, but I didn't know that a lot of silver is like nickel plated as well. And it like took like this massive chunk of my neck from like here to here and decayed it. Like my neck was I looked like a zombie, like it was rotting it out, and I was losing a ton of skin on this neck, right, this part of my neck right here, and eventually, a dermatologist found out what it was, and obviously took the necklace off. Um, Put something on there. I swear to God, it felt like acid, and it's been fine ever since. But because of that, like I refused to wear like V-necks for like a long time, but now I'm more comfortable because of that. I'm shocked there's like no scarring other than the fact that I just ran my hand down my neck, but there's no scarring from it. It's just crazy stuff. And it becomes weird because nickels and everything, right? Like it's in razors, um, that you wouldn't think like some things that classify, oh, we're nickel free as nickel or titanium. So it's really funny now that the titanium part makes sense because I went from a razor that was like so had nickel and I was like getting a rash like all across my face, and then I went to another one that was like titanium, and then the rash like got worse, and I was like, what the hell? Which led to me growing my facial hair out. And then I went had these small needles put in my back. Like they ordered it from Canada or whatever, and every one of the needles were like a different kind of metal. So they basically implanted them under my skin for like a week. I wasn't allowed to shower. I wasn't allowed to do sweat, nothing. So they kept them under my skin for a week, marked it, and then I went back and they pulled them all out, and marked what they were, how swollen they were, and then left the needles out of my skin. I went back like 3 days later, and then there's like these big welts, like obviously where these were, and titanium and nickel were mine. So luckily, I'll never be able to have a metal hip. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, one thing I wish I could get rid of is like the green finger from copper, but silver sometimes like a majority of it. It's a nightmare, especially to deal with. Yeah, a week was a long time, and I had to sleep on them, so that was another thing that was extremely uncomfortable. Thank you, K Dog. So far, everything is going so good. Yeah, I can talk. Going good. This throat chakra here is it's been fighting me today. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm working more on some of the Norse stuff. I played around with something today in stream that I don't think I gotta do is just make the video for, and then it'll be uploaded after that. You wanted a rune reading, right? Like or like a collective rune reading. So give me just a second, and I'll grab my runes, and we'll do one. Herman Otto Gjort, thank you for the subscribe. I see you. I know a little German, so don't jump in here and with German just yet. I'm like a somewhat okay with German. Clearing my throat constantly. Yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff to pick from. Like we'll have some fun for a little bit, I guess. Um, tarot, right? Everybody loves tarot, except me. Like this literally has dust on it because I don't use it. I'm a big fan of these. These are pretty good. There Odin's in here, Freya's in here. And then I have this. I very rarely use any of these. Sometimes I do, like I'll use these I think more than anything, and then occasionally the Mythology cards. So if you guys want me to mess around and do various things tonight, I can. I'm all for it. So if y'all want some readings and stuff, I'll definitely give you some. It's a little out of my norm. I'm rusty on them, but I'm willing to do them. So what I do is I don't have like a cloth or anything, right? So I made this bowl. I put runes on it. Some of the crappiest wood burning I think I've ever did in my life. Really into my stuff. And on the bottom I've got Odin's Illusionary Rune. Why? I don't know. It's just one of my favorite. You're talking about the holographic rider weight thing? Alright, so I give you two choices. This one or this one? Right or left? One of them is handmade, and the other one is made out of bone. So, choose wisely. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna put two fingers on this one finger on this one. So just say one or two. Take your time. Yeah, some of those tarot decks and stuff are extremely crazy expensive. I love how both of you pull for two. All right. So two. That's one. Okay. So you want number two. All right. So number two. It's really funny that y'all did this. Is the set I made by hand. It's my favorite one. It's made out of pure walnut. And I made these. Let's see. There you go. The number two has spoken. I don't know. That didn't sound right. Like the other ones I have are bone, right? So they look like this. Like pretty small, chunky bone slates. I'm not. This is Dagass, right? So there's this thing. So a lot of people don't know this. So in the realm of Norse magic, right? Everybody's soul has something called Megan, right? Or Megan is something that's handed down from ancestor to ancestor to ancestor to ancestor, right? So our soul basically becomes a woven tapestry of all of our ancestors that make who we are today, which is the reason why you can look like an ancestor, have a gift from an ancestor, or all of these different things, because you have a piece, a fragment of that individual soul that is part of your soul that makes you who you are. So now when you make things by hand, right? And you put blood, which I have done, and sweat, which I have done, and tears, and well, I've not cried, but you know, you know, manner of speaking. Um, you impart a portion of your soul's energy into the object that you're creating to give it life, right? And that's something that's how I view my music, I guess, in a way. Is like I try to make it lively in some form or another. But that's just how this is. So when you make runes, uh, yeah, this bag is like super dusty too. It's like felt. I don't ever do rune reading so much anymore. But so what I like to do, some people have a different method, right? Some people, you know, pull one out without looking and that's the one they want. Or Starflower, I actually had an Etsy shop where I made them. So I I do have an Etsy shop. I have made stuff and sold it like for runes and stuff and altar stuff. Like I've got a ton of altar stuff over here I've made um, by hand. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing it. So basically, through my energy and everything, I I gave these things life, in essence, right? So some people like to just dig around, not look, pull a rune out, pull two, pull three. I've done what I call the world tree method, where I pulled out 9 and I've lined them up in like a weird pattern all the way down and read them like that. And I've done some where it's just the 3, the past, present, future kind of reading. So I've done them like that before as well. I've heard of people doing that with crystals before, yeah. So what I like to do, this is just my method because it's easier for me, is I put it all in here. And then obviously I kind of put my mind into like a meditative state, right? Before I pull my runes. Another bottle down. Excuse me. I would, if somebody asked me like, should you buy a rune set? Should you make your own? I would always say make your own. And the reason why is because it's a spiritual process, right? You're you learn about them as you're trying to make them. You study the rune because you want to know that you're drawing the right one that you want to like, you know, do that with, right? And so it becomes more of a spiritual hands-on process. All right. So, without any further ado, right? I gotta like put on some music for this, right? Some little ambience. So let's tune this down. I'll use my music obviously, so that way I don't get a copyright strike. I would always highly recommend making them. But I'm not opposed to making rooms for people. So let's go to my channel. We will use let me use this one. And yes, my own intro gets on my own nerves. Come on, get past it. All right. So what's really funny about this, the runes I pulled actually spell out the name of a Norse goddess. Oh, no, never mind. I stand corrected. Not a Norse goddess, but somebody else. A different goddess, not associated with Norse. Alright. So what we have for the first rune, Rado. R. So that's your past, right? Anzus is your present. Yours. So there, position it just right. There you go. Is your future. So hold on a second. Just trying to make sure something. All right. It says exactly what I thought it was because I couldn't remember the meaning of the future one for a minute. All right, so Rado, I like to describe it as a cartwheel, right? So if you look at a wagon, it's constantly rolling, it's constantly moving, okay? So Rado means that you should be able to focus on energy so that way that you can obtain goals that you want, right? And that's the thing that's important is maybe in the past, right, you didn't focus on that. Maybe there was a goal that you let slip by that you didn't use a lot of the energy that you should have in that goal, right? And it's in your past because you missed that opportunity and you should have used the energy that you could have used in that time to go forward. Thank you, Adita. I appreciate it a lot. So, currently, you're in this Anzus, right? This current state. So Anzus, I'm pulling it up here too. So I'm going to show you the link to the site so that way you can learn the runes yourself. So I'm going to try to use this. I have a deeper meaning when I read a rune because I have a lot of it memorized, but I have the deeper esoteric versions of this memorized, not so much like the beginner level. So I'm trying to say it in a way where it doesn't like become super confusing. So this is the breath of all creation, right? This is also a rune that's associated with Odin, just like Othela is associated with Odin, and it represents family, right? So with this, you're in a divine aspect of creation. So remember, in your past, you had the cartwheel energy. You know, you didn't use that energy the way you should have, right? But right now in the present, you have the ability to do it again, right? You have a second chance to use this moment to create something that's meaningful, right? To create something that you want to see, you want to manifest what you want. You know, instead of saying, "Well, I want to do this," you will do it. Say, "I am going to," and put that out there into the universe so that way it comes back to you. So right now, whatever it is that you're desiring to create, or that you're desiring to have, or desiring to manifest, now would be a good time to do it. So when you go forward, you got Uras, right? Uras is everybody symbolizes like a wild ox, right? But it's a power that you're not going to be able to control. You're not going to be able to control what's going to happen in the future, right? The future is uncertain. However, it's it means that personal success is going to be here for you. So it means that that energy that you missed out on, that chance that you missed out on, that thing that you you had the moment to change in the past, you now have it in the present. And if you focus your energy on it and you do the things that's necessary, the right work, the right things that you need to do, then you're going to be successful. It's going to work out for you. This is a healing rune too. So not only is it a rune of success, it's also a rune that you'll be healed from past traumas, past issues, from traumas that you dealt with in your past time. Because it's very rare that you get a second chance, right? Very rare that you hell you even get a third chance. But in this reading, it's basically saying that learn from your past mistakes. Use the time now to create, to be inspired. Right now is the time of inspiration to go out and achieve the things you want. So if you're looking at another job, if you want to make more money, if you want to try a different idea, if you want to create a YouTube channel, you want to create something of your own, now's the time to do it. If you want to collab with somebody, it's a time of creation, a time of learning from your past and shaping your future. And because if you remember those things that you didn't do, remember the times that you failed, and remember the times that you let that chance slip and let it go by through your fingers, you'll be able to succeed. And you'll be able to learn, to grow. And your success will also be a time of healing for you. You'll be able to move past all those self-deprecation thoughts and, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? I wish I would have done this, or I wish I would have done that, or I wish I would have made this YouTube channel, or I wish I would have wrote a song, or I wish I would have started that new job, or, got that promotion. Basically everything in this rune set's telling you go for it. Push. Now is the time to, light that fire under your ass and run. Because you'll never cross the finish line if you don't try. If you don't, you can't win a race by sitting still. Exactly, K-Dog, yeah. I feel like that a lot in my life. See, holistic healing is awesome. I'm all for that. I'd much rather go to a holistic healer than a doctor any day. I'm all about Reiki and vitamins and different things. But now is the time for you to learn from your past, all of you. I don't know who this is speaking to the hardest. Maybe hell, they could be speaking to me. This includes me. Learn from your past, right? And choose now to create a new beginning, to create something new. Because even right here, like even on this site, right, that I'm going to pull up and share with all of you, this rune Anzus stands for stability. It shows you order, right? And it also represents intellectual activities and directly represents the breath of life. So let me do this. I'm going to jump in here. I'm going to share this link, right? I hear myself twice. So this is probably the best site to learn the runes that I could recommend. Yes, we're still going. Yeah, it's been a fun time. 5 hours in, right? Hell, why not make it longer? Who knows? I never set a time limit to mine. I always just kind of go with the flow, and when I feel like I've run out of the energy or stuff to say, or my throat just closes up and says I can't talk anymore, it's usually when I stop. So yeah, learn from your past. Go seize that beginning, and breathe life into that thing that you want to create for yourself. manifest it. To me, that's what Anzus is. It's like a rune of manifestation because you're breathing. What is it? What else is another word for breath? You know, your words are emotion carried on the waves of your own breathing. That's what breath is, right? That's what speech is you have to breathe to speak, right? And so you have to speak that into existence and create that for yourself down the line. I mean, you're going to be successful, right? It's going to work. It's going to work out for you, and it's going to heal you in a lot of different levels. I mean, for an example, Starflower wants to start her holistic healing, right? It's going to be healing for her or them, or I'm assuming it's a female based on the picture, um, and healing other people. So you have to look at it like that, because whatever you're doing is use it to heal somebody else too. Like me, right? The channel I made healed me, and it heals other people. If you do tarot readings, or you do medium readings, psychic readings, stuff, right? You heal other people through that process, and it's an amazing thing to do. I very rarely do readings like this. It's kind of weird to do it, but it's pretty interesting and nice at the same time. Readings are way out of my wheelhouse. Yeah, I figured as much that you were. I just always try to be respectful as well and accurate. So the last rune in the bowl, after cleaning them up, is one of my favorites. Gabo. Gabo represents a gift for a gift, right? It represents the giving and take, love to love, give to get kind of thing. It's your relationship between you and your friends, your relationship between you and the gods, your relationship with you and everything, right? You have to give to get back. You can't sit there and, you know, try to remove the country way of explaining this, because it's like the old, you know, shit in one hand and wish, you know, hope in the other. So you have to definitely put forward the the love that you want to receive. It's like the old saying, you know, put into the universe what you want from the universe, right? If you want love from the universe, you're gonna put it into the world. You know, if you want you want to experience nothing but struggle in your life, make people's lives hell. You know, that's karma, right? It's just a cycle. You know, your relationship with the gods. You know, you give them an offering, you give them your time, you give them your devotion, and they will always provide for you. You give that to your partner, your spouse, your whatever. You'll get that back. You give it into your business, right? You got to give a little bit of, you know, your time and efforts, and like me, with me as well, I have to give a lot of my time, a lot of my efforts, a lot of my struggle, right, to I hate my own intros, um to get where I'm at with the channel so far. You know, it's just a lot of effort, and it's not going to be easy. It never is. Some people get lucky and fall into it. It's great, but sometimes it's all about the struggle. Climbing a mountain is always difficult, right? Sweat, tears, you know, your legs are tired, you're tired, but once you get to the peak and you look down on the world beneath you, and that's your solitary moment to look down on it, and the view is phenomenal, and it makes it all worth it, right? Find your peak, climb to get to your peak, bust your ass to get to that peak, and you can accomplish it. It's not going to be that difficult to do. It's just all about it. You want to be financially stable? Say, oh, I want to be. Don't say, I am on the path to becoming financially stable. Say it like that, you know. Oh, I want to be healthy. I am healthy, or I am on the path to becoming healthy. Always speak in present tense when you manifest. Never speak in a like a I want kind of tense, because you'll never get it. No one. Sort of. There's some changes to them in a weird way, but um, it's just like the younger Futhark too is a little different as well. It is always, well, see, nothing worth having is ever easily gotten. You know, you'll cherish it more if you have to bust your ass for it and fight to have it. If it's just handed to you, you become ungrateful. I would offer readings from this too, but I might as well just throw this in the trash. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to a tarot deck, but you know what I'm saying. Oh man, that's so good. So the messages so far that we've gotten today for the collective: take yourself out of the modern world, the material world, right? Focus on being a healing and a healer to other people. Now, in this rune reading that we got, learn from your past mistakes. Create what you want to be, manifest what you want to be now, and you will succeed, and you also heal from it. Just like the other, like the Medicine Buddha card, you will heal from all this stuff. So yeah. So I mean, it's just, you know, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna give them away. Probably just gift them to somebody. Maybe, I don't know. It's just like this one card this way can mean 5 different things. No, I'm a give me straightforward. Don't give me like it could be 5 different topics and you choose. No, I'm like, give me the what the fuck. What is the meaning? You know, like, tell me now. I'm not gonna operate like that. I would use these, but I don't want to steal from the thunder of the other person in here that likes to use those cards. Yes, put a free sign on them. I didn't think about that. Or just gift them to a metaphysical shop, you know? Like, shh, shh. Here you go. Here you go. You can have these. You can have these. Yeah, I mean, let the moon be your guide. So, I'll do a reading, alright? I'm gonna do a reading out of all of these. I just out of just a curiosity of the cosmos. After as weird as the stream has been and how cool it's been too, I'm gonna do a reading out of every one of these. Right? Even the tarot deck. I'll pop that thing out and throw it in the trash since my trash is right here. I'll do a reading out of every single one. And I want to see if the message is all the same. Because it'd be hilarious, in my opinion. See if the message is all the same throughout multiple cards, right? So I'm going to use Moonology Oracle deck, right? With this set, I don't like to read the book. And the reason I don't is because it gives me basically the synopsis on the front, and I usually just run with it, right? My throat chakra's hating me today. Right. Well, I just kicked my own video into full screen over here, so I get to see space while I shuffle cards. I ironically see the moon when I'm shuffling the Moonology card, right? If you're curious about what song this is the Ascension track off of the channel. So the one that's all spacey. Yeah, all of you are getting to experience a rarity here. I never do these things, so. So we'll do 3 cards out of the Moonology, right? This is how I read for myself. But ironically, I don't really read for myself much anymore. I prefer it when it comes from other people for some reason. Oh, shit. Alright, now we're ready for this one. This is going to be fun. New Moon in Gemini. Communication is key. The other one, South Node. Don't let your past hold you back, right? That's what we got from the rune reading, right? That was the thing. Don't hold on to the, well, I didn't do this, right? I had that chance, I missed it, so I'm gonna miss it again, or it's never gonna come back. No, that's a lie. It's gonna happen again. So don't let your past hold you back. So that ties into the rune reading, right? And then this ties into the rune reading also. Have faith in your dreams. So what was the rune about the present, right? You're going to succeed. Now is the time to manifest. Now is the time to look towards the future, because that's what you're going to get. You're going to get what you're manifesting, right? If you manifest a job, or you manifest creating something of your own, you manifest, wanting kids, wanting a good relationship, wanting to be happy, wanting to find the one, the soulmate, right? That's what you're running with. And it's like the same cohesive message through, what is this, the 3rd reading that we've had? So we did the Celestial Buddha, we did the runes, and then we did this. So if you look at the reading so far to this point, pull yourself out of it, right? Approach stuff from a form of compassion and abundance. Take yourself out of the material world, give unto others, heal others, right? And then you go into your rune reading. Don't focus on the past. You had that chance, you missed it. Now is the time to manifest something on top of this, to heal yourself in the process, to make it better, and to succeed, and that success will result in healing for you. But it's important to communicate, right? You need to communicate to the universe what you want, right? The universe isn't just going to look at you and be like, look, bro, I'm going to start throwing stuff at you. And if one sticks, that means that's what you wanted. That's not how it works. It's just looking at you and be like, well, you don't pick up the phone and call me, so why am I going to help you out? So that's the way it works, right? Communicate to the universe how you word stuff with your manifestations. Communication is key, right? You better communicate, right? You better communicate. It's really weird. It made my fingers look yellow. I'm like pale as hell. I don't know why that happened. Do not let the past hold you back. Don't say, well, I couldn't then, so why could I now? Why would I be able to now? Do not do that. Right? You have this chance. It's a new day. Every day is a new day. You have a chance to go forward and just say, you know what? Screw who I was in the past. Screw that person who told me I wasn't good enough. Screw myself from back then. Screw myself for not being attentive enough to notice this as it opens up for me. Be mindful of what you want to do now, right? And have faith in it. You gotta have faith in them dreams, right? You gotta go forward and keep pushing. Have faith in what you want to do, right? I have faith in you. Have faith in yourself, right? All right. Sometimes you gotta Jack Sparrow this thing to make it like focus back on you, right? Hello, darling. How are you? Okay. So yeah. So have faith in your dreams. Pretty straightforward, right? So this is interesting. This is interesting. Let's see what we have on the bottom. Let's shuffle these back in here. Your dreams need a practical plan, right? You gotta think it through. You gotta. Alright, come on. Come on. Focus back on me. Stupid webcam. Focus, 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 focus. It ain't doing it. It ain't doing it. But yeah. Your dreams are going to need a practical plan, right? You can't just. There it goes. Finally focuses. Oh, look. And I take that card off the bottom, right? And I look at this card at the bottom again. You got another bottom. Believe in the impossible. It didn't happen then. Why would it now, right? It's probably because you need to learn how to communicate to the universe and stop feeling this woe is me energy, right? And just make that shit happen. Make it happen, you know? You're the creator and the designer of your own reality. So now I'm going to bust out my favorite. We're going to see as the final straw of this whole thing. Actually, this is not the final straw. I will bring out the redheaded stepchildren at the end of all of this. So yeah, so we'll try this one. Okay. Me, I'm a cusp sign. So I am Sagittarius cusping Capricorn. So 90% of my star placement, if you look at my chart, my birth chart, is all in Capricorn. But I'm a Sagittarius sun, Aquarius, Sagittarius, Aquarius, Scorpio. So Aquarius moon, Scorpio rising. So I want to use the book on this one, only because I don't know the meanings of these things yet. I still have to use the book on this, and it's not so straightforward. Well, I ain't using the book. I'm not using the book. I haven't used it in any of these readings so far, so I'm not. I'm just gonna go, right? We're gonna go. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go. Let's go run with it. We're just gonna run with it. Let's go. These damn cards are too slippery, man. It's like trying to grab a hold of like a stick of butter or something. It's like all over the place. Let us transcend reality today. Focus on what lies ahead, right? The cards don't lie. Call me now. I put up my 1-800 number, you know. Do tarot readings in a from the ghetto perspective. 'Cause I was raised in the hood. I know the struggle, you know. Like, pull your head out your ass, all right? Pull your head out your ass. Go forth. Don't be scared, all right? Don't be scared. So that's my 1, 2, 3. We're gonna do 4 with this one. I feel froggy. Let's go 4 and then 1 on the bottom. All right, we're gonna go froggy. We're gonna do 4 with 1 on the bottom. 4 with 1 on the bottom. All right, let's go. All right. Now I don't know much about these cards, okay, other than just having had readings with them myself. So, divine order. Right, Lady Portia, whatever her name is. All right. Do what you feel is right. An important lesson is unfolding. An important lesson is unfolding here. What do you see? What do you see? Tell me what you see. Let me know in the chat. What do you see? What do you see? What do you see when you look at me? All right, come on. What do you see? Come on. What do you see unfolding? What is something that you see that you can change? Right? What's the lesson here? Like, how many times does the universe have to go slap you in the face and tell you to wake the hell up? Like, come on. It's here. It's here. It's right here in this chat. Live stream. You're all here for a reason, right? You're all here. We're all talking. We're all adults that I'm aware of. I hope we are. Because if there's anybody under 18, I'm terribly sorry I've cussed. I'm a horrible adult. Look at it. Boom. Infinite abundance. Look. Ganesh, the overcomer of obstacles. The Ganapati himself, right? Ganapati himself. The overcomer of obstacles. Look at here. Look at here. Infinite abundance. If you just pull your head out your ass and learn your lesson, right? Obstacles are being removed. Spiritual support and connections are increasing. Look, I'm here. I'm here. I'm telling you, pull your head out your ass. The universe sent me. Hi, here's some mail. Let me find some mail. Here. Let me find some mail. Here's an envelope. Pull your head out your ass. This is a message from the universe. All right. Pull your head out your ass. Learn your lesson. Let's go. Simple. Simple. Can't get any better than that. Can't get any more clear. And like the universe has been calling you more than somebody trying to have you extend your car's warranty. I mean, come on. You just... I mean, come on. Answer the phone. All right. We have the Miriam, right? Sacred vision. Choose to forgive in order to heal. See the light in all and remember that love has no boundaries. What did we learn earlier? What was said earlier? What did it say earlier? Was anybody out here listening? Was anybody listening earlier? I hope somebody was. I hope I wasn't talking to myself throughout all these readings. Is anybody listening? What does this mean? What does this mean? Choose to forgive in order to heal, right? And that kind of goes in with everything else, right? But the thing is I don't think that this is talking about forgiving other people. Forgive yourself. That's the hardest person to forgive. Look within, forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. You're not going to learn from your mistakes. You're not going to carry on forward. You're not going to progress forward. Forgive yourself. That's the best damn thing that you can do in your life. Don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. Forgive yourself. I'm on Tony Robbins it. Wake the hell up. Shut the fuck up. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Get up. Get on that bike. Drive. Go through. Win this damn race. Forgive yourself and do what you're meant to do. Because I'm tired of having to tell you. I feel like the universe is like, hey, look. Can you tell them? Because I'm tired of saying it. Good night. No one. What do we have here? Boom. Horus, the cosmic gateway. Your thoughts are magnetic and powerful. Miraculous changes are occurring. Miraculous change? Wake up. Hi. Hey, it's me. Yeah, wake up. All right. You got stuff that you got to do. You got things that are trying to come to you. You got stuff that you need, right? Wake up. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. We're listening to this track about Lyra, right? It's about waking up the warrior within yourself. That's the reason I just cut it on. Wake up. You hush. Of course I pulled that one. You know what I'm talking to. Yes. Wake up. I mean, you're the only thing hindering what you want. You have to admit that there's things that you need to change, right? Your own guilt, your own non-forgiveness is the obstacle that you face. Your incapability of forgiving yourself. You can't truly forgive others unless you learn how to forgive yourself first. This is piggybacking on the rune readings, piggybacking on the mythology readings, right? I mean, come on. How much clearer can this get? Come on. Come on. Just come on. Come on, man. All of you better be manifesting something. Y'all better remember, the universe is tired of calling you. You call it. Because it said, look, they just been leaving me on red. I'm just, you guys got to call me, okay? You guys, I mean, I ain't calling you no more until you pick up the phone and call me. I'm always calling you. The phone works both ways, you know? I'm the universe's last phone call to you right now. You miss it now, it's your own fault. I'm just telling you. You gotta answer. Look at here, boom, Mahabharata. Soul expansion, look. I'm done. See? Soul expansion. I'm done. Look, soul expansion. Look at here. Look. I'm done. Look at that. Soul expansion. Your consciousness is expanding. You understand the connections between all things. Yeah, you're understanding the connection between how hard-headed you are. That's what the problem is. Wake up. Wake up. Well, look. And then right after that, cloak of wisdom, right? You already know the answer you seek. Trust what you know. You already know. You know what you did. You did yourself dirty, and you know you did. Simple. I'm done. That's all y'all need, folks. That's all you need. So I'm gonna rub myself with some rose quartz here before I get a little too hot and animated like a southern preacher, finna pop my collar off and telling everybody to say amen and stuff. Get some black tourmaline to get them demons out. I'm gonna ground myself a little bit. All right, we're good. All right, so we're gonna roll into these things. I'm gonna use these things. I don't like these things. Look at that. They just look shady, all shiny, like they think they know everything. They don't know anything. Well, we're gonna see what they know. We're gonna see what they know today, alright? That's how it's gonna work. We're gonna see what they know. If I can't even open them. Look, they're stuck on my thumb. I can't even open it. We're gonna see what they know. We're gonna see what they know. We're gonna see what y'all. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what they know. Mm-hmm. We're gonna see what they know today. Fuck that box. All right. Look at them all shiny with their egos, thinking they're cool and shit. They ain't cool. They know it. They ain't cool at all. Look, like, how am I supposed to shuffle this many cards? I mean, come on. 52 card pickup? Oh, no. Look, we already got one card that jumped out right out the deck. Probably going to get on them if you're throwing the card box across the room. Fine. Fine. We'll just handle it as it comes. Ain't no worries. Ain't no worries at all today. Come on, child. Come on, child. Yep. Now we got two. Oh, no. We got three here. I ain't going for no 8-card spread. Y'all better calm down. I ain't reading all that. Trying to figure out what the problem is. Alright, we're going to run with this many. I don't know how many this many is, but we're going to figure it out. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 cards. Boom. That's all we're going to need, because that's all I got patience to read today. So, that's all we're going to need. So we got King of Wands in reverse. What this means, I don't know. I see you trying to run. I don't like you either. This is what this means, right? I don't know what King of Wands means, especially in reverse. I don't know what this means. Like, we're gonna figure it out, though. We're gonna figure it out. Where's my little bookie book thing here? Like, what kind of? I have no idea. Like, what in the hell? Swords, wands. I mean, I don't know. What is it? Dumbledore? Like, let's go. King of Wands. Connects with the symbol of a lion. What's really funny about the symbol of a lion is the video for this. Let's see if I can actually show you. Is a lion. What's the odds, right? Apparently, King of Wands in reverse just means something's very tolerant, right? There's a tolerance. I think it's you know, there's like a tolerancy issue. If I was the universe trying to communicate to you, and I've had this many cards come out and tell you that I'm trying to communicate to you, and you still haven't got the message, I'm done. That's it. I'm done. Hi, I'm the universe. If you don't answer, I'm finished. This ain't working out. We have the 5 of Wands. I have no idea what that means. All this wand energy. Getting spicy. Let's see what this means. 5 of Wands, 5 of Wands. And it's upright, so that means I got some little bit of reading to do. 5 of Wands. Imitation, fake fights, strenuous competition, struggle of search after riches. So apparently, according to my little cheap fold-out thing, this right here, 5 of Wands, yeah, Dumbledore. 5 of Wands is a search for riches, right? Search for gains, right? But it's also an imitation too, because they're all fighting, they're struggling. So it looks to me like you're trying to lie to the universe. Like, I'm putting in the effort, man. I'm you know, like, I want that new job, but I've only put in like 1 application, and you know, then I get on, and you know, Indeed or LinkedIn, and there's like 50,000 jobs that I'm highly qualified for. that I should be applying to, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm talking to you. So, yeah, that's how that works. What we got here? We got the Chariot card. I don't know what the Chariot means. I've just always heard bad crap about this card, so we're about to find out, right? We're gonna find out today. I have no idea what the Chariot is. Where do I find the where do I find the Chariot? All right, well, so apparently this means war, struggle, and all this other stuff. So, like I said earlier, right? You know, like you're gonna struggle. It's like climbing that mountain, right? It's not gonna be easy, not at all. I don't expect you just to get up one day and next thing I know you're on YouTube with 1 million subscribers. I mean, it's you got to put in that work. Put in that work. 9 of Pentacles. I'm assuming 9 of Pentacles is just gonna mean something else, like in relative to the other. Look at all that money. Look at all that gold. Look at all the coins, right? I see all those coins. I see all those coins. Let's see what this means here. Great abundance. You stand in a grapevine of a great house. Prudent, safety, success. Boom. Look. You're going to learn from your crap. It ain't going to be easy, but you're going to be successful. Like, the red-headed stepchildren have spoken. They have confirmed everything that has already been said. The words have been spoken on this day. Where's this box so I can put this card? Look at there. The box fell right next to the trash can. Right next to the trash. It's like it knew where it was going today. It knew where it was going. Don't even play with me. It knew where it was going. Look at that. Boom. 8 of Wands on the bottom. Bottom deck energy, right? I don't know what 8 of Wands means, but if you do, you know. If you know, you know, right? Based on these readings. I mean, I don't know what else I can tell you guys today. I mean, I really don't. I mean, I don't know what else. I really don't. I mean, I really don't know what else I could tell y'all. You gonna struggle. It's gonna happen. You're gonna struggle. It's not gonna be easy. Is it? It's not gonna be easy. You know, it ain't. And I think you probably did this to yourself. That's the reason why it's gonna be so. Because now you got to try to repair the relationship with the universe, where it's been like, dude, I've been knocking on your door. I'm tired. Like, you gonna have to walk a little bit to get here to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way it is. It's tired of meeting you. It's tired of coming to you. Now you got to meet it all the way or halfway. You got to go. It's the way it works. The struggle is real. Struggle is real. You create your own hurdle, man. And that's you are getting in your own way. If I can pick up the whole thing and summarize this whole thing all into just maybe a couple of words, stop being greedy, stop being selfish, and get out of your own way. Pick up your ass and run and win, or stay and get devoured alive and be eaten alive by coulda, shoulda, wouldas. You are the mighty lion. The mighty lion. You are the mighty lion. Powerful, right? Unstoppable. Lazy at times, but a lion knows that if it doesn't get off its ass and go hunting, it ain't gonna eat. I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. I get hungry. I'm hungry right now. You gotta go. And sometimes that's what you gotta do, you know? Know what y'all got to say for yourself? Hmm? Including me. I gotta tell the universe, hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What do y'all got to say for yourselves? Hmm? You got to rectify that with the universe, not me. I'm doing my part. It's just brutal. It's that brutal truth that sometimes we need to look at ourselves from a different perspective, you know? I ain't speaking truth. I'm speaking what the universe is saying. I'm just a man reading some cards and some runes here, and just telling you what I feel. You know, I guess that is the universe speaking through me to you. But no, what all do you have to say for yourselves? I'm disappointed. I'm kidding. I'm not disappointed. You guys are amazing. You know, I love all of you. You know how many times I get called a ginger because of my facial hair? My son's hair is like the same color as this, but just all over his head, though. Today was like a Miss Cleo session. Call me now, the cards don't lie. I'm probably gonna get strike for that, aren't I, YouTube? Yeah, I see y'all. Can't make a reference to anything else, I get it. The cards don't lie, call me now. That's how it feels. I'm gonna do one more. I want to do one more because I feel like the universe is like got one more like I'm fixing to chew your ass out message to say here, so I'm gonna do one more for it. I'm like, see, look, y'all now you got me a conduit. Now I'm sitting here having to yell at you guys. I don't feel like doing that, man. You know, I'm being used. Hasn't even taken me to dinner first, nothing. This is saying you need to tell these people what they need to hear. Or I'm gonna universe, I'm telling you right now, I better get some blessings for this one. Cause I'm having to just this got me talking. My throat chakra is hurting and stuff, and it's worth it. Worth it. Self-expression, right? Yeah, I know. I know. The universe is telling me to go eat. I had food though. I had like Korean pot sticker things, like the little dumpling things. They're pretty good wontons. Like, you guys better answer this phone, because if this thing makes me do a reading one more time after this, I'm gonna cry. I'm getting abused. Somebody send help. This is an abusive relationship. Alright. And I don't want to. Man, 4? Alright, fine. I'll do 4. Fine. I'm like, see what y'all doing. I gotta pull 4 cards now. Four cards. What did I say about the lion? Huh? What did I say about the lion? Look. Confidence is your key to success. Look at that lion. It's like looking at you like you need to wake the hell up. Confidence is your key to success. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Hello, hello, hello. Guys, there it goes. Straighten up. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say to you? What? Y'all need to answer the phone, man. Got my feelings hurt and shit. Better help me out. I don't want to have to do this no more. So look here, look. Win-win forecast. Win-win outcome is forecast. Maybe that's a card to me. Maybe it's saying, hey, look, you might be tired right now, but you're going to win from this too. So I'm going to help you to, if you help me kind of thing. Payback, right? What did you get at the bottom of the deck earlier from this deck, right? It's a Mythology card. What did you get? If anybody can remember, you got this. Believe in the impossible. The blue moon. But you got it in like other cards, right? We've been getting this card. So this one was in reverse. So sometimes when these oracle cards in reverse, I feel it is like a card that you need to really focus on the hardest, right? The message that you really need to get through your skull. You and your loved ones are safe. Right? It's hard to do things that you want to do, right? Change a career, right? You start a business of your own, because especially if you have kids, you have a wife, you have a husband, you have family, you have whatever, you are always concerned about the welfare of these other people, including yourself, right? Like, cause you're like, oh man, do I need to pursue another job? Because I mean, I've been on this job for so long, and I don't know if I should do this, or should I really open my own business? Because then I go from having a promised paycheck to not having a paycheck at all, unless it's like stuff that I do. This is just telling you, the universe is like, look, we got you. We got you. Just trust in the universe, right? And the rest will fall in place. Trust. You gotta let go. Trust fall. You gotta trust it. You gotta believe in the impossible. And remember that the universe will take care of those. They're gonna take care of it, right? Because guess what? Confidence is gonna be your key to success. And then a win-win outcome is in your forecast. How much clearer can it get? It knows that you're worried. It knows that you're afraid. It knows that you're scared. But you gotta be confident. You gotta know your worth. Know your worth. Like I mentioned about the lion earlier. Be mighty. But you gotta get off your ass. You can't expect the world to hand it to you. And see, look. Here comes the Celestial Buddha readings back in your face again. A time to give rather than take. What did I say about Gabo too, though? Right? Gabo was the final rune left in the bowl. Give to get. You need to focus more on giving to the world right now instead of taking. If you lose yourself in an element of compassion, then the world will always take care of you. Man, I don't want to do it again. Come on. This is the last time. I swear to God it is. This is going to be the last one. It's just here it goes. The universe better repair my throat chakra by the time I'm done. That's how it works. See, this is why I can't do readings on anything like Twitch, because I'm just like, I take forever on just one person's reading, because I'm just like, look, apparently the universe needs to call you out on something, and I don't want to be that asshole that does it. I don't want to have to blast you in a tarot reading or an oracle card reading, you know. Sometimes we just need that harsh love, you know. So, yeah, we're gonna go 3 on this and bottom of the deck on this one, alright? So I'm gonna do this. I'm not even gonna look at this card. I'm gonna let you guys see it first. What is that? Communication? That's the... What did I say? Communication. Communicate. You gotta communicate. You see that? Look, communicate. Get the weight off your chest. Speak up with love and be heard. Tell the universe what you want. Have you tried that? Have you tried it? Forgiveness. Remember, forgiving yourself, right? You are on the path of light, love, and forgiveness. Healing is possible. Soul flame. Rediscover a lost part of yourself and experience relationship, harmony, and healing. See, when you go through all these things that the universe is trying to tell you, it's trying to scream at you, it's like, hey, look, you gotta wake the hell up. Then you will learn that it will not only benefit you in a business standpoint, it will benefit you in a relationship aspect as well. So, I mean, you gotta learn how to forgive yourself. You gotta learn how to, you know, be confident. You gotta learn how to trust in the universe. You gotta learn how to take care of yourself. You know, that's what you gotta do. Thanks for hanging out, K-Dog. Go feed them raccoons, buddy. Alright, so... this is funny. This is really funny. Kuan Yin, care and compassion, right? Choose to be love, do what is right for everyone involved, and offer a helping hand. So, the entire message: communicate what you want to the universe, right? Forgive yourself, become selfless, focus on helping other people, and the universe will take care of you, right? But you gotta approach it from a standpoint of love and compassion. Now, Kuan Yin, oddly enough, is usually associated with the white Tara and the green Tara. So, once again, you have another form of Tara coming out. you have to, it's not a coincidence, you know? Good night. Get you some sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the messages. It's been a lengthy stream. It's going on 6 hours. I think this is probably the longest one I've ever had. There's definitely some interesting reads tonight. As weird as it is for me to ever utter that term, because, like I said, I don't do readings for people, or hardly for myself. See, that's something I'm not too I'm not too familiar with. It's the whole twin flame and soulmate thing. I don't have a lot of experience with working with that stuff. Oh, always. Thank you, Angelic Mystic. It's nice to be able to give readings because I'm usually always getting them, so... What I do feel though, this has anything to do, I think, with the readings, but it maybe has something to do with whoever's watching or whatever. Is there something that you haven't done, right? And you know what it is, right? It's in the subtlety of your mind. There's something that you haven't done yet. It's like some kind of work, some kind of message that you need to tell somebody, or something that you need to convey or get off your chest, but you haven't done it yet. And it's lingering there, right? It's eating you almost at a soul level. And you need to tell them. They need to know. They need to know. I'm not psychic that I'm aware of, but this is just what I feel in my head. You need to tell this person what you're feeling, because it may be a part of some of the stuff that you're dealing with at this current moment. I'm not a medium by any means. I'm not a psychic, but I go off of this gut feeling, intuition sometimes to tell people. Ow. My jaw popped. But whatever you need to tell that person, you should do it now. Don't hold off on it. It's very rare that I have an ability sometimes to distantly connect, right? Where I can feel, hear, and sense that something is off, right? With certain people. I have that ability sometimes. It's rare. And usually I'm always right. So it must be you, Starflower, that I'm sensing that from. Do it. I would say do it. And if they run, that's on them. But what I'm feeling right now is that you should tell them that. Because I could sense that there's this level of fear about saying it, and there's some hesitancy about talking about it. And I couldn't sense what it was about, but that you need to do it. I wouldn't recommend holding off on that. Well, that's the thing. You got to be confident. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You know, you can't live your life in fear because of a past event, right? Don't be afraid of that. Exactly. If they're your soulmate, they're not going to go anywhere, right? If they're meant to be in your life, they will. You can't force it in your life. If you have to force it in your life, then it's not supposed to be there, right? Anything that's supposed to be there will work naturally. Don't force it. But if you feel like you need to tell them something, it's better for yourself to go ahead and convey that message than holding it in, and then you're eaten up with, ironically in these readings, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? Don't do that. Don't do that. Get it off your chest. I think now's the time to do it. Because if they truly are, you'll know, the universe will tell you this is them. Because if you tell them and they don't run, that's the right person. You just won't know. You got to step into the dark sometimes, right? Who won't? Your soulmate, twin flame, which one? Well, I will tell you this. So it won't overwhelm them. If anything, if they feel the same, it will provide them that energetic push. It'll rejuvenate them in ways that you wouldn't understand. Because the way I feel is that there's like a sense of urgency in this, and that's the reason why I was like, you might need to just go ahead and say it. Like, it's like it feels like a now or never thing. So maybe they need it at this time, and maybe it's time for you to get that off your chest too, so that way you can move forward and do what what the universe expects, right? I mean, we've all been in those situations. Some of us have. I'm not. I say do it. I mean, don't listen to me if you don't want to, but it's just a nagging thing. I mean, that's the reason why I picked up on it instantly, kind of just sitting here. I was like, I really need to tell whoever's sitting in chat this, and Yeah, you might want to do that. This is gonna be like really awkward for me. But do you have an uncle that's dead? That has passed away or something? Or does he have an uncle that's dead? So I keep hearing the word uncle in my head, so I don't know if it's like something I'm meant to tell you or not. Or they're or it's from them maybe. I don't know. But whatever it is, that's apparently where this is coming from. I don't know. Yeah, I'm assuming it's your uncle. I don't know. That's, when I had to tell you that, and then the word uncle just kept popping in my head, so I'm assuming that's where this is coming from. So why I don't connect to relative. It ain't something I normally do for people. This is really weird for me at the moment, so I don't know. I'm just going off of the word that I hear in my head. So uncle would be it. So I'm assuming that was who it's coming from, and they're like, "Hey, look, you need to do this urgently because apparently the guy that you're referring to needs it right now, you know, and you need to get it off your chest because you can't linger in doubt, right? When you linger in doubt, you allow things to creep into your mind, right? The only way to overcome darkness is to shine a light in it. What name comes to my mind? I don't know. Like I said, I'm new to this thing, this feeling, so that's why I'm like, I don't know how to approach it. Yeah, I'm not really good at discerning a lot, but if it's a constant repetitive thing in my head or an emotion that's constantly pushed, then I'll spit it out and just say, hey, this is what I'm hearing and this is what I think is going on, which is kind of what's going on with this. But when I try to think of like the name, it usually wouldn't be something I would ask. It's just kind of be like, okay, I'll just say it. I never really ask other than a relationship, or it'll just kind of told me who the relationship was. And I'm like, for all I know, his name could have been Ted. You know, I don't know if that's the case, but like, it's, you know, souls sometimes only refer to themselves in a name that you would recognize, but other than that, if they're speaking to somebody like me, for you, they won't convey that because I don't have that connection that you do with them. So the only thing they will convey is that relationship, I guess. I'm not sure if that's how that works because I'm not a medium. I'm not a psychic. I'm not that I'm aware of. Not unless somehow in this stream something's changed. I don't know. Yeah, see, I didn't. God, my ear hurts. I didn't take time to ask, like, cause I'm just. It was kind of like a sense of urgency, like get this out, tell them, this, and tell them who I am, and that's why I was like, do you have a deceased uncle? I'm like, it's kind of funny because I joked about the name Ted, right? What's the movie Bill and Ted, right? It was kind of funny. Maybe that was kind of what I was getting, like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a psychic, I'm not a medium. I'm just somebody trying to figure out what the hell's going on in my head sometimes. It's really weird though that it was an uncle that kind of came transmitting this. I'm like, I'm getting the sense that your parents like might still be alive, and that's probably why he's the one coming to give you this message. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you're close to him, but that's just kind of the vibe I'm getting. Is like. And I don't know what tearing a tapestry means, so keep that in mind too. I don't know what that means. I just keep seeing like a ripped tapestry, like a ripped blanket in my head. I don't know what that means. Like maybe there's a rift or something kind of going on in your family right now that he's not too fond of. So, but other than that, he's like, hey, you need to tell this dude. Tell them how you feel, because they might need it at the moment. So, and get the love that you deserve, right? Confirm that, because sitting in doubt, it's just like I said, it's it's depressing. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, what would a tear in a tapestry mean? Like, yeah, I mean, I'm getting, like, maybe it's like a family like a family issue or something that's either happening or about to happen. I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a psychic. I'm just going off of this. Yeah, so like when I see it like in my head, I'm like looking at a tapestry, right? And a tapestry back in the day was kind of like, as I explained earlier, kind of like with Megan, which is like the Norse concept of a spirit interwoven pieces of your family's DNA. This isn't that concept, but a family. So back in the day, like the Irish, I think, or the Celts. So the Irish used to make tapestries, right, with their family genealogy on it. and I'm seeing like a tear in it, like in my mind. I don't know. So that's the reason I was like, I'm bringing that up. Maybe that means something to you. I don't know. I'm new to this, so it's like a current like. Here's this image. Here's this image. Here's this image. Mention the image, and I'm like, okay, fine. So whatever the family issue is, he's aware of it, right? Like I'm completely out of my element in this, so. Guys. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about the whole twin flame concept. I've always avoided the concept of it, you know. A lot of stuff I get is in imagery, you know, and I usually am just like, what the hell does this mean? Like, there's a lot of times I'll see something or hear a name in my head or something, and I'm like, God, I don't get it. And I've done that for a while. Hmm. Yeah, so that must explain, like, so that might explain the tapestry then, because when there was a issue between the immediate family, like right, like the parents, like the dad and the mom, or the dad and his children, it's usually a masculine figure. They would always slash the tapestry to symbolize like an issue or being cut off or like a great divide, right? But I don't think that it's gonna be there for much long. I think it'll mend itself back together. But this is like I said, this is imagery, right? So I see like yeah, it's like a mended one now. It's like slowly mending. That would explain it, yeah. Because if Bill is your dad's brother, it would explain like why he's like showing up to me like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through that too. If my So the chat is slow on my side, so if it takes me just a minute to see what you're saying and respond, it's because I'm like waiting for it to pick back up on my end. So just a heads up on that. I mean, that makes sense too, though. Yeah, I mean, I think that everything will be fine. I mean, you just that's how it is with family sometimes. You know, you're gonna go through your rough spots, and then you're going back and forth kind of thing. So it'll be over in time. Just be patient. Is there anybody in your family named Sandra? Like related to Sandra? Knows a Sandra? Something? That's a name that I don't hear that often, but it's pretty present in my head right now. I'm like, out of all the things the universe could have me do today, all the card readings and now this, I don't see how you do it. I don't see how any of y'all do it. My brain is like, what the hell is going on? I wish this chat would move faster. Yeah, it's important to set boundaries, you know? If something gets too toxic for you, end it, right? So it's better for your own mental health, but you can be around your family, but just keep toxic narcissists at a bay. Excuse me. Don't give her a choice. You know, that's what I'm hearing in my head. Don't give her a choice. You do not give them a choice. That boundary is yours. You establish that. No one else does, right? You don't give her a choice. Don't give her a decision. You hold your damn ground, plant your feet in, and just stay there. Oh, man. See, I had like an energetic high. Like, it was like, and then now it's like smack. It's just all gone. It's like complete depletion. Is I'm operating at like 25% now. This stream is going on almost 7 hours. Damn. But it's been fun the entire time, you know? Yeah, hold those boundaries. Keep those boundaries. But you do need to tell that person. You need to tell them. I'd say do it. If I was the Emperor Palpatine Kermit and I had one chance to tell you something, it would be do it. What do you have to lose? I mean, eventually you're going to tell them, you know? Either you hold it in and wait, or you just let it all flow and let the cards fall as they should, right? I mean, only you don't want to spend your entire time in your life wishing you would have opened your mouth and said something when you can take action now and say it. Because you don't know what the future holds, right? So you don't know what they need right now. So getting it off your chest and just saying it probably help. Oh man. I only anticipated this stream being 2 hours max. It's almost 7 hours later. See, don't ever wait. Don't ever wait on the other person to take action first, because there's a good chance they might not. You know, the cards would said that it would happen, true, but maybe him coming forward has to be initiated by you, not by himself. You know, we live in a world where, you know, action causes reaction, right? You have to cause the action to get the reaction. I can't expect a nail to go into a piece of wood unless I hit it first. Yeah, the cards say, yeah, he'll come, he'll confess it to you, but it never says in what context, right? Maybe you're the one that goes to him and he finally says, oh shit, well, I've been wanting to tell you this too. So you just don't ever know. This has been a crazy, crazy live stream. They usually do not go this way. They really don't. or this long either. Everybody's energy bouncing back and forth. Definitely, I can feel it from this side. Some of the paranormal stuff that's going on, all the card readings, the collective readings, the apparently medium psychic things. I don't know what that is. I'm still going to be scratching my head trying to figure out what the hell this whole thing is. But, yeah. Yeah, you have to tell the person. That's just what I keep getting. You have to tell them. It's been, I've been a part of Twitch readings. Obviously, I frequent uh, the angelic mystic stuff, and she's always like doing all this work, and I'm like, I thought to myself before, I'm like, how the hell do you do all this? Now I'm just like, I have no idea what's going on. All I know is I feel like I've just ran like a marathon for like 6 hours. Yeah, you have everything that you do, you have to have action to get a reaction, right? It's science. It's pure science. You have to mix two chemicals to get the result of the chemical you want. It's scientific facts. You just have to do it, right? Initiate. Initiate. I am gonna say the next time I do a live stream, I'm gonna have to get like a thing of water, like about yay big, keep in here next to me. I've got some Powerade back here, some sugar-free Powerade. I'm gonna have to bust that out in a minute, because I'm just like, to get the job you want, you gotta apply to it. I just kind of felt like I came into this stream like, all right, put me in, coach, put me in. And at the end, I'm like bloody and beaten up. And I'm like, get me out of the game. And the coach is like, you're almost there. Like, we gotta win the game. I'm like, but the goalie's kicking my ass. I can't see the puck anymore. Am I doing good, coach? Am I doing good? Am I making you proud, coach? I don't want to play hockey anymore, coach. I don't. I don't want to go out here and deal with it. That's how I feel right now. I'm like, I want to need like a 5 hour, just sitting there, just eating for 5 hours and like sleeping for like 3 days after this. It feels like my body is not prepared for this. I'm curious how this is going to work out, though. I'm curious how it's going to work out in the end. Hopefully, I can see the reaction of everybody's readings coming to fruition, and hopefully it all works out for them. I'll leave all the tarot and psychic stuff up to the angelic mystic and you guys and you Starflower, because I don't feel like I can do it. It's not my cup of tea. I'm like, if I was energetically ready, perhaps, but this, I was no shape or form. If I could talk, no way, shape, or form ready for today. Apparently, Oh yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, it's been great. The topics and everything, and the flow of the chat's been awesome. It just makes me realize how much I miss doing YouTube's live streams like this for the main public and everything. It's been refreshing but tiring at the same time. But on the bright side, my throat chakra apparently stopped hurting, so I can actually talk without it hurting, which is nice because just a few minutes ago it was killing me. So gonna have to go like sit over a bucket full of Palo Santo and drink a crap ton of water. Like next stream, I'll just come in here with like one of those military backpacks with the water tank in it, with the thing that comes over, the camel pack. Just be like midway through a stream, like grab my hose, drink out. All right, ready to go. Keep going. You just, we're gonna have to like pay somebody to stand on the sideline with a sports bottle, giving me water. It's just how it's gonna have to go. Next time, maybe the coach will give me some prep before I have to go into the game. He didn't tell me we were going to be in towards the end, and I was going to have to run like hell. Yeah, it was awesome. Thank you for being here. Yeah, definitely. I think probably next weekend I'm gonna look into doing it. Try to do the outside stream thing where I stream the sky. It depends on the weather. Like if it's not raining or something, obviously, then it could work. But it'd be a fun thing to do. Oh. Perhaps it will be epic. I'm gonna have to probably spend like all week writing music for that. To try to get something that's consistent. I put the Discord link inside the chat, and oh, not inside the chat, but in the description of this YouTube live, so you should be able to find it. The Norse rave music. It could happen. Weirder things have happened. I mean, look at this stream, right? Weirder things have happened. Viking rave music. So we can all turn into techno Viking. Give it to me, Franz. We like the party. We have officially crossed the 7-hour mark of the stream, yeah. I feel bad for anybody who decides to go back and rewatch this. If you make it to this point, I'm terribly sorry. This video is very long, and you're going to kill me for making it. We like to party. My throat is dry. I don't dance. You wouldn't want to see that. No one would want to see that. And I wouldn't want nobody to see that. Anytime I think about anybody doing ecstatic dancing, I see that teacher from Billy Madison in my head. He like walks in and he's like redoing kindergarten and she's sitting there like dancing all weird with like the macaroni necklace around. And then he like goes in the next day and she's like smearing like, you know, like glue all over her face or something really weird like that. That's what I see in my head anyway when I think of ecstatic dancing. Get into what exactly? What am I giving into? I don't want to. No. No. I'm not giving into. You know what? So here, this is what I'll do. Because YouTube is not going to let me show this. Because it will totally void out this entire video. If you want to see what I'm talking about, there you go. So yeah, so the teacher's name was like Miss Lippy or something weird, and she was like ends up with like a clown in the end of the movie. It's just such a strange thing. Did it not post the link? Damn it, really did. Okay, YouTube. There's the link. All right. Danke, 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 danke. So when I think of ecstatic dancing, that's exactly what I envision in my mind. So to those of you who can multitask and or just pull it up and save the video to watch after the stream, then you will totally understand what I'm referring to. I'm like, I didn't realize my mustache is like doing like a weird, like Captain Morgan thing over here. I'm like, I have to fix that. Yeah, so that woman is so weird. So weird. And I remember when I was younger and I watched this, I was like, what the hell am I watching? It is epic. It cracks me up on such a totally different level. I got something in my eye, man. Yeah, I just thought about this. I hope they do not try to like copyright strike me because of this thing. Because of the Batman symbol. I would be highly upset. Yeah, no, right. Handlebar. Charles Bronson. Whatever his name is. I've thought about shaving this whole thing off at one point, but I look like a totally different person without facial hair. But since it's getting cold, I might actually like grow it a little bit more. The hipster handlebars. It's pretty fun. Like if I shave my facial hair off, I look like I'm 12 years old. Like it's, but I'm just like a 12-year-old, just obviously some gray hair. But like there's even gray hair in my beard. And I'm like, I'm only 31, man. What the hell's going on? Like, why? So yeah, to some people, it's a sacred thing. There's really no text on that. If you didn't have facial hair, you were viewed as a womanly man, whatever. My dad looks hilarious when his face is shaped, like, and then I look 12 when my face is shaped. Um, and it's really funny because people say I look different when I have my glasses on versus when I take them off. It's like a Clark Kent effect, right? Which having glasses on is probably not having my glasses on. Probably why my eyes are hurting like hell right now. For some reason, my headphones make them crooked as a son of a bitch. Welcome back, K Dog. I bet you the raccoons were happy, right? Oh, that was weird as hell. Okay. I thought I saw like a shadow move over the like above my head slowly. That was really weird. I keep seeing shit. I'm gonna have to go back and look because I swear to you, I saw something move behind my head. This is California raccoons, you know? They get gangster sometimes. See, I remember stuff about my subscribers. My memory, for some reason, is crazy. Sincerity. Yeah, I appreciate that. Sure. It's been a crazy stream, that's for sure. I mean, 7 hours or so. Are you in Washington or California? Oh, I don't know why I thought that you were in Cali. Thank you, K Dog. Yeah, I'm really not. I'm better at rune readings than I am card readings, but I just usually just kind of run off of what I sense I'm seeing in the cards. But I definitely appreciate that though. I mean, I've had people tell me to, to try to dive into doing more tarot and oracle and rune readings and stuff and maybe offer it somewhere, but it's just, I'm not in that phase yet, I guess, of my progression to need to do it. So, at least through music, I spend more time channeling the beings that I'm writing music for. Um, so it's kind of opening up that portal, that gateway, that communication. And it's kind of funny is it's like if you bring out, I made a joke one time, like when I started doing other deities and stuff on the channel, I was like, I guess I'm covering all my bases, right? Getting in good graces with all these gods and goddesses. Like, you know, I'm bound to have some good luck happen or somebody show up. And the only thing I did is my life got a little bit weirder. I will tell you, it pisses a lot of the subscribers off. In all honesty, like the fact that I don't do strictly just Norse content because of the name of the channel, it pisses so many people off. Like, there's always these two people, and I know who they are. They go instantly dislike all the videos that I make. Like, hell, even the memorial video I made for my mom, uh, people hated it for some reason because of, and I'm like, it's for her. It's not like for a deity or anybody else. I did it because it was actually meant to be played at her funeral, but it wasn't. It's because I had to deal with my sister. That's a toxic situation. It's one of those, like I said, set your boundaries. If they cross it, cut them off, kind of thing. It's exactly my point. That damn curtain do it again. I just keep hearing this weird tap on the back door, which is probably that shadow figure out there, that like 8, 9 foot tall being that I always see when I'm out there. I might actually end this at like the 7 hour, 45 minute mark, or maybe struggle and limp my way to the 8 hour mark. Let's see. But I do know I will be right back because I have to get some water. Like my throat is like parched. equipped with 2 bottles of water and a snack bar. Content creators have to eat too, you know. We get hungry. No different. I will just mute myself at the time that I decide to eat. That way, so I spare you all from the sound of chewing. I chew silently, and I chew with my mouth closed. I'm not one of those smackers, you know. I have misophenia, right? So I cannot stand to hear people chew. It like enrages me in a weird way. I mean, I can tolerate it, right? But I'm like, if you're like chewing and your food's falling out of your mouth, or I can hear constant smacking, or you're chewing it like it sounds like you got a damn microphone tucked in your cheek, then I have to like obviously like put some damn earphones in or something when I'm eating. But I just like, I'm glad that there's like at least an 8 foot distance between me and my coworker now, because in our office before, me and him were like basically back to back, and I was ready to take his jaw off of his face. like it's bad. I'm sensitive to noises, I guess. Like so, um, like when somebody puts like a lot of emphasis on like a K or something, it drives me insane too. I don't know why. It's just my ear is so sensitive to certain stuff. I don't understand people who chew with their mouth open either. But I mean, I get it if you have like dental issues or something, and that's the easiest way for you to chew, right? Yeah, it drives me just can't stand it. Yeah, no, I go to the gym. Well, I didn't for a long time, due to I have like a neck injury and a shoulder injury, but and a wrist injury because of a long time ago doing stuff. But now I go to the gym and stuff, and I've been on this like low calorie, pure protein thing. That this my trainer has been all for. So yeah, it very well could be my mom. There's a weird connection too. I've put together about some stuff with my mom and me and some other stuff. So it makes a lot more sense that maybe I'm becoming more clairvoyant or in tune with certain abilities now that she's freed from this mortal realm. Plus, I always have a reminder about her, like right here at my desk, constantly. I need to put it up into a special area so that way I don't run the risk of it ever getting, damaged or whatnot. But like, I got this thing, and then this tube that's her final heartbeat, and then in this USB, it's the funeral slide for her funeral. Uh, but yeah, so I always keep her last heartbeat here. I thought about getting it tattooed, uh, but I don't know in what format I would do it in, or if it's even something that I would want, because I don't want the tattoo I have in memoriam to my mom, her last, her dying heartbeat. It's always be a struggle thing. And I was there and witnessed it too, so it's still ingrained in my memory. Pretty bad. It's a different feeling, when you watch somebody that go. It was fine one day, and then few days later, you just, you know. So I had a spiritual experience similar to this when my great grandfather died. Like he was basically in a coma. He died of Alzheimer's. And when one of the last things I told him, I was like, hey, um, when you told this man I love you, he would always just say, yeah, thank you, right? He never had a really have a grand response or an I love you too response to it, but he was like a dad to me uh, than anything, right? So I told him, I was like, hey, my last moments with him, I was like, hey, watch over me, and I love you. And then went home, went to sleep, and I didn't have a cell phone at the time because this was like I was like 14, 15, and so I had my mom's phone for some reason. And in this dream, he showed up in my room, and I don't know if it was a dream at this point, but he showed up in my room, standing beside my bed, and he looked at me and said, "I love you too." And as soon as I woke up from that dream, the phone rang, and it was my dad, and he was like, "Hey, Papa just passed away." And so, because of how close he was to me in my life, um, I got to spend 45 minutes to an hour by myself with him before the funeral home came and got him. Uh, and just, take it all in, I guess. And then I was a pallbearer at his funeral, and it's probably one of the hardest things I felt at the moment that I had to do. Uh, and then both of my grandmothers died of cancer. Um, one of them had cancer 8 times, and the final time she had cancer twice at the same time, and it took her life. And then my mom's mother died of cancer in December 2018, 2019ish, somewhere. I want to say it was like 2018. Um, she had a brain cancer, and spent a lot of, it's pretty rough, but I didn't have to do anything with that. And then my mom died. Um, we couldn't get anybody to be a pallbearer for her for some reason. Like we had people, but we were still missing like 2 or 3 people. And so I just said, fuck it. She carried me for 9 months, and carried me through all my struggles and issues in life. And it was my turn to carry her weight, you know? And it's probably one of the hardest things I ever had to do, but I knew it had to be done. So I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things. Sorry for my rant. Yeah, yeah, I've heard of a lot of people predicting their death. My mom actually predicted hers. Well, in a way, she predicted it. Like, technically, she knew, like, pre COVID, right? Like, right when COVID started during quarantine, that she was going to go at some point, right? She didn't tell anybody. And over time, she started, like, slowly deteriorating. And she would tell people, oh, I'm going to die. I'm dying, whatever. And I'd call my sister, and my sister was like, "Oh, she's out of her mind. She's not dying. Everything's fine. She's just losing it." This was literally probably the last conversation, one of the conversations I had. I spoke to my mom. She told me that she was dying. She got confirmation from God or the divine or angels or whoever that she was dying. And my sister and my niece, my sister was a caregiver to her at the time because I wasn't able to always be there because I work constantly and I go to school after work, and then I, also run this channel and I do everything else. So my plate is always full. There's not a single moment I have really to myself anymore, except the gym. But I remember talking to her, and then me and my sister got in a fight, and then they started playing my mom against me. That was the last time I spoke to her. And then I texted her on her birthday, told her happy birthday. Yeah, loved her, which is August 8th, which is on the Lionsgate portal, which is kind of interesting. Then I didn't hear anything for a few weeks. And then at work, my niece texts me, tells me what's going on, sends me pictures of my mom in the hospital, and then the next day she's gone. It's just kind of how it works, you know? I don't know what me time is. I really don't. Uh, I'm always going nonstop. Hell, I barely sleep. When I watch Gaia TV before I go to sleep at night, that's my me time, I guess. I mean, even if I play a game or something, it's my me time. Thanks for hanging out, the Angelic Mystic. Hope you have a good rest of the night. It was fun to have you here. We're almost at the 7 hour, 45-minute mark. That's probably where I'm going to call it. Yeah, it's stuff like that, that'll get to you sometimes. You just don't ever want that last thing, to be the issue, be the last thing you said to somebody. Yeah, we'll talk later. If you go check out the Angelic Mystics bio, well, not her bio, but her description in her video, um, you'll see what all they're up to, and find different ways you can connect with them. I think they're also on IG too. Yeah, they are on IG. I don't know why I said I think. I'm an idiot. But yeah. Well, I mean, you gotta understand though, Kato. They know that now. You know. That's the thing. That's the thing that I had to come to terms with. It's like I always felt like I wasn't there enough for my mom or anything either. But I have to realize that she's in a better place, no longer held down by the struggles of this life. And I hear her all the time in my head, and I know that she knows that I'm sorry and that how I feel. And there's no doubt in it now because she sees all things and perceives all my feelings and everything. So it's really unique to experience. Yeah, they're a Starflower. They're a mod on Discord, so you shouldn't have a hard time finding them there. I was like, I know I had water. Where was it? I guess so. Yeah. I have a crow feather and a hawk feather. What's really funny about the hawk feather is I was at work one day and the hawk was perched on top of my van, my work van I had at the time. Because I did field service work for a long time as a electronics engineer. And when the eagle, like the hawk, eagle, whatever the hell you, I want to say it was a hawk because it was pretty big, but I mean, it's our typical falcon hawk things. It flew up and then the feather like stayed on my truck at the time and my van, whatever. And then I actually have it. It's over here. Yeah, I use it for smudging and different things. All right, everybody. It's been a fun stream, but my throat is tired. Uh, I've been talking, sir, for almost 8 hours straight. Uh, yeah, actually 7 hours. Yeah. So I'm about to go consume a ton of food, and then I have, ironically, me out of all people, I have to take. So I have college, right? So tomorrow's class is for classical mythology, which I'm basically gonna sleep through. So I have to do all my schoolwork for that. But I do uh, stream on Twitch. I game on Twitch under a different name. So if anybody's ever curious about that, let me know and I'll share that with you. I've been playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla on there for a while. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna go get some relaxation, stretch, walk around for a minute, drink some water, take a breather, probably go sage myself in Palo Santo myself and enjoy some stars for a little bit to recharge. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. It's been a crazy eventful day. I also gonna try to plan next stream for the next stream, make sure the weather's right and everything, and probably do the outside event if all goes well. Here, let me do that. Easy eventful day. There's my voice. All right. Much love. Thank you all for hanging out. Keep your eye out for the planned event uh, once I get it situated and planned and everything. Um, the link to the Discord is in the description, so make sure if you want to join the Discord, the info is there. But I'm going to peace out and get some water, and then I still also have to work on uploading the video or making the video for the track that I created earlier in the stream today. But I thank you all for hanging out, and hope that you all have a good night, and hope the readings and everything resonated with you, and that you know, the universe will stop using me to yell at you. But I appreciate all of you hanging out. It's been a really fun event tonight. So much love. Thank you.